we are live. Let's let the Instagram know that we are live. We are live. Alrighty, what's good everyone joining the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? I actually have the wrong AirPods in, or earpods in. Let me put these in. They just always sound like super echoey on the other ones. What's up everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? We're going to start getting people up here for debates here very, very soon. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up, though, everyone joining into the stream? How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up? Alrighty, we're going to get everything turned on here real quick. Do just give us a quick second. Boom. Alrighty, what's up everyone joining in? What's up Florence? What's up Emma? What's up Willow? What's up Miami? What's up Wawa? How you doing? What's up Kathleen? What's up Emma? What's up Helen? What's up Vicky? How you doing? What's up Goblin? What's up Kelly? What's up Megaroni? How you doing? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. What's up though everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing? We're going to start getting people up here for debates here in a quick second. What's up though everyone joining into the stream? Let me get everything quickly started here real quick. What's up, though, everyone joining in? All right, let's get this first person up here. Let's get it going right away. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And what month are you born?
October.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay. Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone? Oh, they're trolling. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, did you say about the age of 18?
Above the
I'm
old...
45.
Yeah. No, above the age of 18. And do you support Trump?
Yeah, for sure. I'm over here in the UK. We love Trump. He's great.
Okay. Well, we are just looking for people specifically who do meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Or 18 plus. I just gotta say 18 plus. I gotta get used to doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2008, January.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, duh.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, he actually cares about the United States and, keeping, like, men out of women's sports and abortion and all that.
Okay, so, you want to limit abortions from happening, so you want to save human lives?
Yeah.
If I could prove to you that Republicans, or actually Democrats save more human lives by voting for them than comparative to Republicans, would you then support Democrats?
I mean, I guess, but it also depends on other factors, too, like keeping men out of women's sports. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay. There's a few things here. Do you think that, can you name any trans people that are dominating women's sports currently?
Oh, that one guy who went up against Riley Gaines.
She
forget his
she got 5th place, Leah Thomas, and she hasn't been
Didn't she
playing for a
beat
while.
Riley?
And by the way, if you were claiming that she was playing right now, that would mean that then after Donald Trump imposed his policy, that they would still be playing and dominating under your view?
I don't know any off the top of my head, but I
Okay,
just
so
know
then how
that
can you
that's
say
one
that
thing
it's
he
something that
pushes
needs to be
for.
addressed by the federal government if you can't name any cases of this being true?
I don't know. I'm just trolling, bro. Have a good day, Parker. I love you.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, we're trying to get this first person up here. Do give us a quick second, though, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I would like to ask a question. I'm not a
Fetus. We are just looking for debates. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter of 18 plus. Everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That's you. That's you too.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
12. 12.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. We are just looking for debates, everyone. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Who's that?
Bruh. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Also,
Do you support Trump?
yeah, that's just support them. Yeah, there's differences. There's differences.
So, like, if the election were
I
held
come
today,
from South
Harris versus
Africa.
Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, first of all, I'm not a U.S. citizen.
Okay. So the next person, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Sorry, what was that?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Saheem, Sa baby.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Alrighty, do give us a quick second. We're trying to get someone up here. It's taking a minute to get someone up here because Trump supporters are scared to debate. What can I say? Yo, thank you so much, Tina, for the Guardians pledge. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much, Tina. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's Charlie Dean.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22, pal.
Do you support Trump? Push the galaxy.
No. Would you rather kiss, marry?
Thank you so much, Amelia. Thank you so much for really push the galaxies. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section as well. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Thank you everyone for joining in from Dean's stream. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
No, but I just wanted to say it's great.
Thank you so much, the galaxy. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Lamont, thank you so much for the push to $10. Thank you very much for the 10. Thank you.
Thank you.
As well as Megaroni, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Nah, I'm joking. I just want to say hi.
Okay, okay. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're here on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps push it out to more people to ensure that we get more debates into the stream.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Excuse
Thank you for
me?
the penguin. How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Thank you for the galaxy, Amelia. Thank you. What's your birth year?
26. Not sorry, 2006.
Okay, and what month were you born?
September.
And you said you're 18?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That makes lots of sense. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Tina, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Tina. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's the Parker?
Do you support Trump?
25. Oh, I just turned 26. I support Trump, yeah.
And if
Yeah,
the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, I'd vote for Trump, of course.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
I'm a conservative, I'm a Christian. I live in South Africa. I don't know if that's relevant. I don't know.
New state dropped, everybody. New
If
state
that's
dropped.
something that
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yeltsin, how old are you?
Oh, hello. I am 28.
And do you support Trump?
I'm indifferent, but I'm just curious.
Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yeltsin, how old are you? Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people as always, everyone. Yeltsin, how old are you? Okay. We're getting a bunch of trolls in the stream right now. Do give it a quick second for people to join in. Once we get a debate going, we should be able to continue the stream as usual. Just give us a quick minute to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
1990.
Okay, and what month?
April.
That would be, wouldn't you be 36?
I would not.
1990, April, that'd be 36, right?
35.
You'd be 36. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. That is MAGA math for you, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone? It's really hard to hear you.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just think that, you know, it makes me a lot of money.
I'm sorry, it is just really hard to hear them. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, how old are you? Yo, how old are you?
I'm 18.
No shot in a million worlds. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Push that mustache. What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month were you born?
April.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Who do you think? Trump.
I asked you a question. Would you like to answer?
Of course. Trump.
Okay. And what state do you live in?
New York.
And what time is it?
8.
8 o'clock. Can you name 3 states that border New York?
I'm not very... I'm gonna touch you.
So the next person, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, how old are you?
Everyone follow Sabir Muhammad on TikTok.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, how old are you?
Hello, nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, you're unitary executive theory.
No, I'm...
Yo, how old are you?
Yeah, I didn't mean to join late.
You didn't mean to join? Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, how old are you?
24 years old.
Do you support Trump?
The way, baby.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
For Donald Trump, Donald J. Trump,
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
because he has common sense, really. You don't live in a delusion just to make the world backwards on how it is right nowadays. You know what I mean? And it's really common sense, really. You know what I mean?
Okay, so how is it
Well, now I got it
how is
down,
it
but-
common sense? Because I think that Trump denies reality, and he's the one who makes things backwards, such as saying the election was stolen in 2020 with absolutely no evidence, such as saying that people were eating cats and dogs with absolutely no evidence, such as saying windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, such as saying that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote, such as saying that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. There's countless things I can give you specifically to actually reference.
Yeah, but there's more. Well, you're not with them 24/7, or you're not with those theories 24/7. So how could there always be evidence? It can't always be on paperwork. They'll be in live color, like how it is and how it should be, and that's reality. Let me tell you.
Dude, what is going on with
Well,
my
you can
chat
just-
right now, bro? If you okay, so can you go back into what you were saying? Sorry, say it one more time.
Oh, there's no. You don't have to be, evidence on black and white and stuff. You could obviously read a mannerism, and you can also analyze it, and you can just tell from that. You don't have to go into some other websites to find just what you want to look for. You know what I mean?
What is that even supposed to mean? You think I'm like faking information here?
In a way, yeah.
How am I faking information?
No.
Like, what about my information is fake?
Because you just hate Trump so much, so you gotta find any resource to make it attack him. But you don't look at his resources and what he's doing, because he's obviously thinking big. Because he's a billionaire. The paper talks, money talks, obviously. So that's what it is. Coming from a businessman myself.
Yeah, who has 6 bankruptcies, and he's made most of his money from the position of presidency. He went from 2.3 billion to 6.5 billion since 2024. So he's engaging in insider trading. That's not being a good business person. That's just called using your position in government to make money. And he inherited $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad.
No,
So, I mean, if I inherited millions of dollars from my parents as well, I'd also be very, very rich off of that money as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that difficult. That doesn't make him a great business person.
Yeah, of course, but
By the way, you just cut out. I can't hear you currently.
obviously you said he had 6 bankruptcies, so he just came all the way up. I said
Can't hear you at all. You did you? I do have a question. Did you happen to buy Trump Mobile? The Trump Mobile phone?
I mean, like, this man, I own stuff, like, I own stuff, and his own man, that's what's great about this country, and that's what exactly the pivot point what he was talking about, obviously. But, like I said, if you're a businessman, you understand on doing things the way of how he sees it in his American dream country. That's what he just is so
I think he did get Trump Mobile. Amelia, thank you so much for the galaxy. This is what happens when you think that Trump is a good business person. Thank you for the galaxy.
What happened?
Because you figure out that he's a con man and that he was lying in the very first
No,
place.
what happened? What do you mean? I mean, whatever, people make the way they make their money. It's not how, how it's you don't live in a delusion. Obviously, coming from a Christianity man myself.
You think I'm making money by
you gotta
living in
be in it.
delusion?
Win
Hey,
it.
by the way,
You
can you
gotta be in
get
it.
a little bit closer to your microphone? It is a little hard to hear you, just by the way. And you said I'm making money off of believing in delusion. What delusion do I believe in?
I mean, I don't know what you believe in. Like I said, I'm not with you 24/7. Like, you're not with Trump 24/7, so I can't really just confirm all your theories on certain things about that, or your philosophy, if you want to add to that.
So how could you say I'm delusional if you don't know what my views are?
I didn't say you. I didn't say you specifically. I was just saying in general, because that's what the other side of Republican is mostly likely. They're all like in a delusion, and that's why there's a lot of it's just common sense, man. Like, you gotta really analyze it yourself and how you will put yourself in that position, not just because probably once upon a time you're a bullied or something like that, so you're trying to take. It's like a kid that gets bullied becomes a cop. Nothing wrong with cops though, but it's common sense, man. I mean, you gotta see it from a a higher thinker point of view and forget
Okay.
all the general.
A higher
things
thinker
and
point of
all
view.
that
So
stuff.
can you tell me from your higher thinker point of view, can you tell me specifically what about liberals are they generally wrong about?
I mean, just common sense, like you when you I saw your what's it called in Jubilee, I believe.
Mhm.
You're like something when Charlie Kirk asked you a question about what is a woman, and you guys over here saying a bunch of like other stuff to cover up the actual common sense on what is a woman. You're saying all this other
That's
social
funny that you bring
butterflies
that up. I
type
gave
stuff.
a specific definition to Charlie Kirk. I asked him what a man is, and then he struggled to define it and just said that you're looking at one.
I mean, because it's common sense. Once we gotta define it.
Wait,
it's
so
common
then why is
sense.
he asking me
Like
to define it?
you,
Wait, if I responded to him saying, "Oh, you're looking at a man," or I responded to say, "Oh, you just have to use common sense," would that be a sufficient answer to the question? No, you
I mean,
wouldn't
it's
say
like
that
if
was.
you're
You would
looking
say,
at
you would
if
say,
you
"Oh,
see a
Parker,"
dog,
you would
if
say,
you see
"Oh,
a
look at
dog,
this liberal. He doesn't know what a woman is. He can't define it. He just said it's common sense." No, okay, so you can't do that. That's literally what
yeah,
you
I
would
can't
make
do that.
fun of
It's just
liberals for.
I mean, not because they live in a delusion that's so backwards on what a reality is from a social.
You're the one who believes in the delusion right now because you're literally not a high thinker because
Because
I've
I
clearly proven you're thinking wrong.
no, not really. I mean, you're
Actually,
just over
you
here
know
trying
what?
to
You know
say
what?
some actual facts.
You know what? You
You're saying
might.
some facts
It,
that's
it,
not
it
even
is
like
very
relevant to what
possible.
I'm
It is
telling
very
you.
possible that you are a high thinker, just in a more literal sense, like myself.
Exactly. So I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, completely wrong. You could name all these things though, but we're talking about Trump here. I'm not saying nothing about the liberals. I know we got in that topic for some oddly reason though, but that's what it comes to when we're talking about dissecting this debate. You know what I
Everybody,
mean?
he's an elevated thinker. He's really elevated.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, money talks. Money speaks for itself. No matter how you got it. Look at Triple H from WWE. He married the wife just become where he's at. You gotta think smart.
So,
You
so
know what
you
I mean?
think
To do what you
do you
want.
think your value as a man is defined by how much money you make?
No, but I'm not saying like that. Of course not. It depends on what you do with that money and how you are with that money. And obviously, Trump is a Christian man, and I'm a Christian man
He's a
myself.
Christian
Believing,
man. Is that why he violates essentially every single piece of religious scripture? Why he said he's never asked God for forgiveness?
I mean,
Is that why he
don't, like
depicted
I said,
himself as
you're
Jesus
not with them
Christ?
24/7. You're not with them 24/7 a day. You see what you want to see.
I
Like
don't
you
need
have that
to. I don't need to be.
brainwashed delusion. You have that brainwashed delusion.
What
see what you
brainwash
wanna
delusion? Because I think that you're the one that has TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. So explain to me, what brainwash delusion do I believe in?
Range. I mean, that's what you're trying to like. You're trying to cover up with all these filters of factual claims by talking fast like Eminem. But I mean, it just.
Wait, say
like I
say
said,
that one
man,
more
just
time.
common sense. I say you're trying to cover up by talking fast and saying these other facts from. That's all like a filter from knowing deep down in your core,
So I'm
how to
covering
make,
things up by talking fast. You mean I'm just right and I know what I'm talking about?
No, because you're covering it with filters. You're having a practice on it. Like the tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips. We all been at theater arts. We know how to. I mean, not all of us though, but we know how what we need to do to, like, what you're doing. Like I say, me and you, like we could talk fast all day long, all night. You know what I mean? But like, it's just like common sense. We don't have to have these factual filters on.
You don't need to have
whatever
factual filters. Yeah, you do. You need to have like a basis for looking for evidence. You can't just believe things because that's the vibe today, bro.
Well, yeah, today, but like a successful person knows when you're making your success by yourself, you're always gonna have all these attacks on you. You know what I mean?
Hey, in order
like,
to be successful, do you have to believe in things that are true? Can you believe in delusion?
You could.
Well,
believe in
I guess you
delusion,
could
though,
be
but
successful and believe in delusion like Trump, right? If you just have everything handed to you, right?
I mean, everybody's like you ever heard that that saying life is unfair, but you gotta just not just take it as an insult. You gotta see it as life and just sink it in and just make your own. But yeah, he may have everything handed to him though, but he just right about like certain things and stuff. You know what I
So
mean?
then you can't use it as a qualification for him being president. Oh, he's such a great businessman. Well, yeah, if you inherited $400 million, I think you'd do pretty good with your money.
I mean, yeah, of course, but why is he a president like already like 3 times? Like he ran like 3 times and he actually won.
Do you think do you think he won all 3 times?
I mean, yeah, because first because we had COVID during that time of 2020. We had a COVID during that 2020, so people were desperate, right, for a new answer.
Oh, come on,
So
bro. You're kidding, right? You think Trump won? Wait, so what evidence do you have that Trump won 2020?
It's not evidence. It's just like an intelligent,
An intelligent vibe, and yeah, you're really a high thinker, man. You got an intelligent vibe there. It's called a trust me, bro. You right? That's called you believe things based upon your feelings, right? And what's an issue?
What?
The facts don't give a shit about your feelings. The facts are that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. The fact that you can't acknowledge that is simply an expression of your hurt feelings.
Who said anything about Trump and all that? Who's talking about 2020? I'm just saying, like.
You said that he won 3 times for the election.
I mean, he could have if COVID didn't happen. Because
what do you mean he could have? You just said he did, bro.
No, you're over here twisting my words, and the people with a low IQ that want to hear what they want to hear, they're gonna believe you, bro. They know what it is.
Sir, I'm not twisting your words, and the only one here with low IQ is.
Took you out of knowledge there, bro.
What?
So it took you a while to respond, sir, but okay.
Well, how did it take me? You said I speak too quickly. Now I'm not speaking quick enough. Which one is it?
What? No, I know what you're doing. It's just mind game you play, bro. But
I'm just playing mind games. Yes, you're right. I have the force. I've got telepathy, my guy. I'm playing mind games with you right now. Did you just leave? Hello? Hello, bro? Are you there?
No, I'm sorry.
Hello, bro.
Yo.
Hello? I think he tried to leave and he accidentally didn't leave. Oof.
Hello.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh wait, you're still here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is going on, bro?
Yes, sir, Bob.
Trump Mobile.
I guess it was that mobile Trump phone you were talking about?
Yeah, Trump Mobile.
Yeah, whatever. Guess it was that, man.
Okay, I think this is a bit cooked. Have a good day.
No, he's so rigged.
Your Trump Mobile isn't allowing us to work, so Trump's such a great business person that his product isn't working good enough, right? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Libertarian phalanges time!
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, as always. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
My name is Aiden Wright. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
210. Over Kamala, I think.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you would vote for Trump, you said?
I don't know. Like, I don't like what he's doing now, but, like, it's hard to say. Like, I'd have to really think about it. I don't know if I support either one.
Okay, you should think about that one, and if you happen to end up supporting Trump, still let me know, and you can come back and debate me. I do have some people to thank. Aaron, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you for the kind words. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Thank you. SJ, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, SJ. Thank you. Get some W's for SJ in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's always good to see you, SJ. Thank you so much. And don't worry, I really appreciate you being here. As always. Marius, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. Good some W's from Marius in the comment section. For the $50, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And that's a really funny joke. Thank you so much. As well as Lil IK, thank you so much for the $5. Yes, you know, at some point it's gonna happen, I promise. I promise. Alrighty, that person left, so let's get this next person up here. That person was not necessarily somebody who supported Trump. So let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Royce, you're spamming the comment section. Said it's not worth debating you, Parker. I think you're just scared. I think you're just scared. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Abby, thank you for the galaxy as well. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second to get someone up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. It does take a minute to get some people up here. Sometimes I do apologize. Okay, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support
I'm
Trump?
a dual citizen, US and UK. More than Kamala.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump can benefit more economically.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Colorado.
And what time is it?
It is 1821.
Okay. Alrighty. And can you name 3 states that border Colorado?
Wyoming, Oklahoma, and I can't remember a third.
Oklahoma. Interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. I do apologize, everyone. We get like an unbelievable amount of trolls. It's pretty diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006.
You said you're 18?
Yeah.
Dude, your mouth sucks, man. That's just so brutal, man. Thank you for the star guard. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. Whew, this is a bit much of people for the troll side. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yotsup, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, and what month are you born?
November.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? You cut out. Hello?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He has like Christian policies and he's like deporting the illegal immigrants and he doesn't agree with like abortion.
Okay. How do you feel about him representing himself as God?
Well, he still has like Christian values, otherwise like the way he's implementing like the laws into the country.
So even though he committed blasphemy, you're still willing to support him, even though it's an unforgivable sin?
Yes.
So you think it's forgivable?
Well, no, but like it doesn't matter because like it's just about the laws.
I'm gonna trust my intuition. Say that they're trolling. Yotsup, how old are you?
Yo, Parker, I Charlie Kirk your ass any day of the week.
That's disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hello?
Yotsup, how old are you?
18.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Sorry?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2008.
And what month are you born?
January.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I think his idea on how abortion shouldn't be done is correct.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Well, like, I think, in certain situations, it can be deemed as correct, but in some it can't. Like, I'm all for, like, say if a girl was to be, the word, or like obviously abort her if she chooses. But for people who are just like making babies left and right, I feel like they should be forced
Making
to
babies left and
keep
right?
baby.
I don't think people
Yeah, I know,
who are
but you
making
know what I mean,
babies
you know
left
what I
and
mean.
right are getting a bunch of abortions. I just don't see that happening. I think that typically when people are having abortions, it's going to be in situations where they have not planned the pregnancy, right?
Yeah, that's true. That comes with it.
Okay. So if you agree that that's true, you want to prevent unplanned pregnancy, right?
Sorry, say again?
So do you want to prevent unplanned pregnancy?
To a degree, yeah.
Okay, so do you support contraceptive access?
I currently don't have a stance on that.
What's up?
I currently don't have a stance on that.
Okay. You don't have a stance on that, but it would prevent unplanned pregnancy.
To a degree, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. If I could prove to you that the Democrats would save more lives than if you voted for them as opposed to the Republicans, would you then decide to vote for the Democrats?
Yeah. I'm all for, like,
Okay,
I'm
so
not just going to blindly follow someone.
I got you. So according to a Lancet study, the Trump cutting through the usage of Doge, the cutting of USAID will lead to 14 million people dying from all around the world due to the Republicans cutting that program. And if the Democrats were elected, they would have been able to keep this program. And they wouldn't have cut the funding for it. So you would have saved 14 million lives by 2030 if you would have voted for the Democrats.
14 million more lives.
Yes.
What study was that?
From the
What was the name
Lancet.
of it? Sorry, say it again?
From the Lancet.
14 million. But, like, what goes into that, though?
What goes into that? The funding for USAID, which includes cost-effective mechanisms for reducing the likelihood of disease spreading, increasing access to food, basic amenities that are meant to ensure that less people die.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. From, based on what you're telling me, it would be wise to not to vote with Trump.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming out then. Thank you very much. That's great to hear. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Nixie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's important. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Release the bats. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's a diabolical. As well as let's make sure to go into this next individual. There's some people I have to think over on PayPal, but let's make sure to get this next person up here before we do so. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help push it out to more people as always. Let's get this next person up here though, real quick. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
The reason I support Trump is because you know how all the Medicare and stuff, right? How he cut it?
Yeah.
So, how he cut it for the immigrants?
Medicaid,
Yeah.
And it
So
wasn't for immigrants specifically, it was for everyone who was on Medicaid. It was they changed the limitations. Has nothing to do with immigrants.
I still support that because honestly, you should just go out and fucking work.
Okay, so you know that that is going to harm predominantly children because 2.5 million people on average every single month are cut off the access to food stamps, and that includes 420,000 children on average every single month. So, if you care about ensuring that children have adequate access to food in schools, then you would be against the big beautiful bill.
Not exactly, because it's up to the parents. If parents are too poor to even have children, so then just don't have children in the first place.
So you would say just like given that these kids already exist, you would just let the kids starve.
Yeah, basically, if the parents can't fucking.
Wow, I think that's sick to say that you would just let kids starve. I think that's fucked. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I think that all children should have the necessary food they need to learn.
Well, it's the parents' fault. It's not necessarily children.
Regardless of whether or not you think the parents are providing what is necessary for the kids, we should be able to ensure that from a baseline that every kid is going to be fed in America.
So they don't have kids then.
Regardless of whether or not you think that, every kid should be fed.
Thanks for debating me, Parker. Appreciate it.
You're gonna run away?
No.
Sounds like it.
No.
Because it sounds like you just lost and now you're running away.
No. I just want to speak my opinion.
Yeah, and then run away after I prove you wrong.
Not really, man. You have a good one.
There you go. Yeah, run away. I would too if I lost like that. Jessica, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I'll definitely make sure to do that. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you for the $40 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jessica and Zach. I appreciate it. Thank you. I try my hardest, honestly. Catherine, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Catherine. Anna, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I actually did see that. They did only name 2, though, so... as well as Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not quite sure what it will be tomorrow. Or actually, it will be later tomorrow. I am busy earlier in the morning, so it should be later live tomorrow. As well as, thank you so much, Nick Seekin at the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Alrighty, let's make sure to get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here real quick, though. We're about 45 minutes into the stream, meaning we have at least another 3 hours and 15 minutes or so left on the stream, everyone. Just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you so much, the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I support the conservative movement.
Okay. And like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, what would you choose to do?
It'd be very complicated. I like some of Trump's policies, but on the other hand, I do not like a lot of it, and I'm kind of in between, like myself, with supporting Trump and just other stuff in that whole like all these factors that go into it as a Christian.
It's a lot of words to not answer my question, sir. What was the answer?
I would lean towards Trump, but like I said, I'm still in the middle of like Trump and other.
So you would vote Trump, or you would lean towards it?
I think I would lean towards a third party, but I'm still debating with myself.
You know what? I help you debate that yourself, figure out your own position, and then if you happen to be in the situation where you would, in that context, vote for Trump, we can have that conversation once you're there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, obviously, bro.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
October.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, because he's cutting useless things like NASA. He's cutting the budgets where they're faking space programs.
Are you? What shape do you think the Earth is?
It's obviously a horizontal level plane. And they have real-time live rotoscoping AI overlays.
You mean it's a pancake? Is that what you meant?
All of these.
You meant it's a pancake? You think the Earth is a pancake?
So it can't be. No, it's not a pancake because there are mountains and valleys. Clearly, there
could be mountains and valleys on a pancake, sir. There are crevices on pancakes, sir. So is it a waffle?
No, it's not a pancake.
So is it a waffle?
No, sir.
So what is it?
It is a flat, level, horizontal plane. Now
so it's flat. You think the Earth is flat? So can I ask you a question, sir? Why does the sun set?
It's all due to perspective, and the sun is anarching away. All of our perspective goes down and up. Down from the top and up from the bottom. So
why does it get blocked by the horizon rather than getting so small that I can't see it?
There are mountains. You could zoom in with a telescope.
So mountains. So in the ocean?
The ocean is...
The ocean is a mountain?
The ocean, there are waves. There are waves constantly.
The waves. So just to clarify, we can't see the sun because of waves? Sir, let me just be very clear. That would mean that the sun would get so small that the waves would be larger than the sun. But that's not what happens. It gets blocked by the horizon, dude. That's why you can go up in a drone. You can see the sun set again. You can go to the top of a skyscraper, watch the sun set again. Because there is not a flat Earth. Because the Earth is spherical. We also have pictures of the Earth that indicate they're spherical. We've been to the moon, and we can see through the usage of astronomy and through telescopes that there's spherical planets all around us. Why are they all spherical but we're flat? That makes no fucking sense at all.
Have you ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
Why do we go through specifically the not Antarctica, the North Pole, in order to be able to go different places? Why can we circumnavigate Antarctica?
No, they don't, and they never.
They
have.
do. They do
never
circumnavigate Antarctica in way less than 25,000 miles.
No, I disagree with that. That's
really?
never happened.
Because they do that every year. They have They have this thing where they do that every year.
Have you heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
No, I haven't.
Those are structures made in Georgia, and not only did they have the 10 Commandments written on them, but they also had how to sustain a population of 500 million people or less on the Earth, very interesting. But they also had a structure with a hole where you could see the North Star Polaris. Now this was built 40 years ago, and they say the Earth is wobbling, and over 40 years the star would have been half a moon width out of that hole, but they looked at the hole and it was still there. So they start making videos on it, and it started going viral on YouTube. Do you know what happened to the Georgia Guidestones? A terrorist blew them up, and 3 hours later, bulldozers took the whole thing down. There was no investigation ever. Because that was rock solid proof that the Earth is not wobbling and space is spinning out of control.
Very convenient for the flat earthers, by the way, which every single one of them has been disproven repeatedly over and over again. The fact that you're a flat earther in 2026 is an embarrassment on our entire species. You have zero fucking evidence for your worldview. Your view is predicated off of delusions, conspiracy, and bullshit. The fact that you believe this in the age of modern science is fucking crazy. You can disprove what you believe in literally just by using basic thinking. Okay, we circumnavigate Antarctica all the time. That is not possible under a flat Earth model and the level of miles that we circumnavigate Antarctica within. Okay, have no clue what you're talking about. This happens every single year. They circumnavigate Antarctica.
Every space photo you ever seen is all AI. They've had AI.
Of course, you think it's all AI. Yeah,
they've had AI since the 1800s.
And all history is fake. Correct.
100%.
Dinosaurs didn't exist, right?
No, sir.
No, dinosaurs didn't exist. All of that's fake. All the fossil records fake under your view. Evolution didn't exist.
Everything is fake.
Everything is fake, including yourself.
They teach us to memorize,
including your brain. Including your brain.
Who knows, man? Maybe that could be AI.
Oh no, we know it's not AI because it wouldn't be this incoherent. Even so. Even AI is not this incoherent.
Rotoscoping AI overlays.
Yeah, sir. You literally have no evidence for any of your beliefs. You are the epitome of a trust me, bro, sir. You believe the Earth is a pancake, okay? You are delusional. You literally don't believe in science. You support Trump because he's cutting NASA funding because you're a flat earther. You know, Trump uses people like you, people who believe in unbelievably absurd conspiracies, for control. Because you'll believe whatever he wants you to, he wants you to believe, because he just plays into your conspiracy bullshit, and then you believe it, because there's nothing that you believe is as a basis of evidence that is reliable of being able to adjudicate whether a claim is true or not outside of whatever your vibes are. They just left. They're so embarrassing to the entire human species. Like, imagine being a flat earther in 2026. That's, like, fucking ridiculous, dude. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Rami. I appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's so absurd, isn't it? Thank you so much. Martrivius, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Goozum W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, of course. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it as well. Erica, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you very much, Erica. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's how old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Most of my beliefs come from religious perspective, like pro-life, and then immigration policies. That's the basis of it.
Okay. I don't think it's possible to be MAGA and be pro-life.
Really?
Yeah. I think that if you're pro-life, it would necessitate, logically speaking, that you support the Democrats over the Republicans. Do you want me to tell you why?
Sure.
Yeah, because a Lancet study indicated that the Doge funding, what Doge did specifically in cutting USAID funding, will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So you would save significantly more people if you voted in Democrats who wouldn't have cut the USAID funding, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, again, according to a Lancet study.
Wait, what are they dying from?
Okay, so the USAID is something that we funded from a foreign policy standpoint. It acts as soft power and provides a cost-effective mechanisms to reduce the likelihood of people dying relating to disease spreading, which could harm us as well, relating to lack of food access and basic humanitarian conditions. So it's very cost-effective mechanisms to reduce the likelihood of millions of people dying, tens of millions of people. Since USAID has been enacted, around 90 million lives have been saved.
Okay. I mean, that seems like a good point. From what I've seen, most of the Democrat ideologies revolve around pro-choice type of stuff. So that's why I would continue to vote conservative. But that does make sense. That seems like a good study.
Okay, so like since this is true, and this would indicate that significantly more lives would be saved under Democrats, wouldn't that be a reason to support Democrats over Republicans? If you want to save lives, if you are pro-life?
I don't think I could ever align myself with the Democrat Party. That does seem like a good thing that they got on their side.
Then you can't say you're pro-life.
No, I definitely am.
No, you're not. Because if you wanted to save human lives, you would support the Democratic position's policies, which would save significantly more lives, millions more lives, than the Republicans. Trump's policies in overturning Roe versus Wade haven't even led to less abortions happening. Did you know that more abortions have happened since the overturning of Roe versus Wade in 2022?
No.
So yeah, it hasn't led to less abortions.
Well, I mean...
Seems like you just bought the lies of con man Donald Trump.
Listen, I may have voted for Trump. I wouldn't say this presidency is as good as his last one. But with that being said, I'm definitely still conservative. One thing I will say is ICE definitely hasn't carried out the way that I thought they should. Like the woman who was shot, I forget her name. I think that totally could have been prevented. I do still think ICE is a good institution, and when it comes to immigration, and I don't really understand all the stuff happening in the Middle East, but gas prices in Texas have started to drop significantly within the past couple weeks. That's just a couple things that I've noticed recently.
So her name was Renee Good, by the way. And then also, so you support border enforcement. Did you know Democrats don't want to criminalize undocumented entry? They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
I mean, that would make sense, but it does seem like there's a lot of undocumented immigrants voting in blue states like California.
No, there's not. That's actually a lie made by Republicans, so they can try to push their voter suppression bill. The like the Save America Act is a voter suppression bill, because like there's not, like, even the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank, has investigated this and found literally no evidence indicating that undocumented immigrants vote at mass, right, or vote to influence elections. There's very few cases of that being true, even from the Heritage Foundation, which is a right-wing think tank that helped write Project 2025, which is the basis for how Trump's administration is acting.
So when Nick Shirley went in to investigate fraud, do you think, in LA specifically, do you think a lot of that was staged or false?
I think that he is trying to make light of things that oftentimes aren't true. So like specifically in California, he, like, for example, tried to call out something that was like literally just like a rental apartment, and like the apartment was above the building. And he just was like, well, I see no apartments here, and like the apartments were right above the business he was looking at. So like there's countless situations where Nick Shirley, just because he's not smart, is often not going to be a very good investigator or pushing information that actually leads to anything productive. Plus, he's going after areas specifically for a political message and for partisan campaigning. Florida has significantly more per capita levels of fraud. If he wanted to go after the highest levels of per capita fraud, he wouldn't be going after Minnesota and California that have a significantly lower per capita fraud rate than Florida.
I mean, that makes sense. I don't know what else to say.
Like, tell me why you support Trump. Like, what could Trump do that would get you to stop supporting him?
The one thing I don't like that I've seen is the selling off of public lands. Like the one thing that I do lean Democratic with is environmental stuff. So that's kind of hard for me to swallow. But
oh well, then he's done that. So like, I mean, I think you agree with the Democrats on that then.
No, I do. I'm definitely more moderate conservative, but I just didn't want to vote Kamala.
Well, I feel like that's the moderate thing to do because Trump is so extreme. You might not agree with all of Kamala Harris's policies, but she's a lot closer to your position than Trump is because Trump's trying to undermine our core framework, whether it be our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law. He's acting as an authoritarian, trying to violate due process rights. Like, I mean, I think he fundamentally is undermining more of your core values than anything you could attribute to Harris. So I think she's clearly a better alternative if you care about this country going back and forth in terms of from a moderate standpoint, right? You want this country to be on a track for stability, right? Donald Trump is volatile. He reduces the stability.
I'm not sure what to say to that, but I mean, I can understand both sides.
How do you understand the Republican side when Trump has called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders? He's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. He sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. There's countless examples I can point to of Trump that aren't just like little tiny things that you could overlook, but rather things that he's doing to try to undermine the core fabric of what this country is predicated off of.
You said he wanted to execute?
Yeah, he called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders if you're given them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
If that was true, would that be a reason to stop supporting him?
No, I don't think so. I've seen so much stuff, allegations that don't seem to have any backbone to them. Like, that. So I've seen a lot of your debates, like about how he's a rapist and stuff. And I also listened to Charlie Kirk and a lot of other people, and they've given a lot of good examples about how it was just allegations getting thrown out that he was a rapist, stuff like that.
No, he is, and also Charlie actually didn't know anything about this. He just trusted the Trump family because he was close to them and friends with them. He actually said that E. Jean Carroll claimed she was assaulted in a Tiffany's, which was never the case. It was Bergdorf Goodman. So like he actively didn't know like anything about the case. And he was just disputing it simply because he was already in right-wing media. And also 27 plus people have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. Do you think every single one of them are lying?
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know.
Okay, if it's hard to say that, along with the fact that he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, along with the fact that he's admitted and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, and he's done countless other things specifically that show a pattern of behavior relating to being a predator.
Again, I've only heard allegations. I haven't seen any proof. So like,
what is proof to you?
I don't know, like video evidence or something.
You need to see video evidence of someone being assaulted to believe that they've been assaulted?
It seems to be the way things go.
Do you believe
days.
the victims of Epstein, sir? Who got settlements with the Epstein estate? For their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking?
No, yeah, I believe
Yeah,
that.
even if there wasn't a video, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, you do. So you don't need a video, one. And two, since you believe that, you also believe one that implicates Trump, because Jane Doe 4 specifically got a settlement with the Epstein estate for her accusations relating to Epstein about sexual abuse and trafficking, and she also accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. So if you believe all the accusations from victims of Epstein who got settlements with the Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking, well then actually you believe an accusation that then implicates Trump. You have to swipe back into the app for me to be able to hear you, sir.
Oh, sorry. Dude, I really don't know. Like, you're bringing up good points, but all I've seen is just back and forth allegations.
Yeah, well, just take a look. Look up NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing files associated with interviews with allegations against Trump. Why are they scrubbing the allegations if they're false?
I mean, yeah.
Why is he preventing the release of the Epstein files if there's false information in there? Wouldn't he just release it like all the other accusations that they've already released in the files that they claim are false?
Yeah, he definitely should have released the entire thing.
So why isn't he releasing all of it? Does he not want justice for the victims, or is he trying to keep people accountable?
Dude,
or prevent people from being held accountable?
I have no idea. That's like one of the other things this presidential campaign that hasn't made sense.
Okay. So if it hasn't made sense, maybe that's a reason to stop supporting him, right?
Well, like, I probably wouldn't vote for Trump.
Okay.
James Fishback is a candidate that I really like.
Can you name one of his qualifications?
No.
Okay. Can you name one thing that he's done?
No.
So, I mean, I guess, like, what do you like about him? Also, he's polling at, like, 5%, right?
One of the things that I like about him is it's not funded by AIPAC.
Okay. Alrighty. But just because someone's not funded by AIPAC doesn't mean that they are going to be a great candidate. Because he's, like, genuinely has no good policies, has no qualifications. He has no business running for governor.
I mean, I don't know. I just like everything he said on social media.
And also, like, as governor, how are you going to impact that? How is foreign policy as relevant? Isn't, like, the governor in, like, those particular, like, state positions, aren't they, like, hyper-specific to, like, local policies, domestic policies, and it's not really a foreign policy sort of conversation? So, like, what good does that do for you?
I mean, not much.
Okay. Maybe you should, like, not support Trump then, the guy that Bibi Netanyahu says is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office. Sounds like you were saying that you don't support him anymore, though, right?
I wouldn't vote for him again, but
Okay.
I would vote for him over Kamala.
You said you would vote for him over Kamala Harris, so you still do support him.
Yeah, but it would just be like if it was those two. I think it's
Yeah,
just
that's
a
what the
better
last election
leader.
was, right?
Yeah, it was, but I like his last campaign was a lot better.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else, or actually, is there anything that Trump could do that would get you to say that you wouldn't vote for him in that context?
There's a lot that he could do.
Give me any specific examples.
I don't know. Open the border, make abortion legal, and continue to sell off public land, that kind of stuff, I guess.
So he has sold public land. He has kept abortion legal because he wants to be legal depending on state. And then if you want to go over open border, do you think that there was an open border under Biden?
A lot more immigrants got let in, that's for sure.
Was there an open border?
I'm not sure, but...
Okay, so what do you define as an open border, sir?
Like no wall.
No wall? There's currently no wall. It's only very small portions of the border, less than 1/4 of the border is covered by wall.
It's, I I know multiple people who work for border control and homeland security, and it's pretty secure right now.
Yeah, without a wall. So liberals were right. You
About
can
what?
secure the border without there being a wall.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot more people get let in without a wall.
But we don't have one right now.
You're saying there's no wall.
Well, I mean,
Like
there's
whatsoever.
there is a wall, but that specific wall isn't the entirety of the border, right? It's less than 1/4 of the border overall, and that includes refurbished wall, by the way. Right, not
So-
even wall that was newly built by Trump.
What about the river that borders Mexico and
The Rio
Texas?
Grande?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
Like they put a lot of stuff in the river.
Yeah,
I
but that's
don't know
not a wall,
exactly
is
what it's
it?
called.
And also, that's like also humanitarian crisis. Because like people going through that area, you want it to increase the likelihood that they'll die. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just want to like detain them once they make it to the U.S.? Why wouldn't you want to? Why would you want to make it more unsafe so that more people die on that trek?
Well, I think the point of it is they see it and they decide not to cross.
Does that really work?
So far, there hasn't been a whole lot of crossing.
Okay. And so you think the way to stop crossing is to make things dangerous and to make it so that more people die? You think
They
that's
say to make people die.
that's like actually what happens when you like put stuff into the water to like prevent people from making it across, that like causes people who do choose to do so to have a harder time in getting across, which increases their likelihood of death.
Like that seems like a personal problem. Like, why don't they see that?
Are you Christian,
and
sir?
Not... Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to treat foreigners as your native born?
Yeah, but there's also borders.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like you're doing that.
What do you mean?
That sounds like you were okay with them being mistreated because they're foreigners.
That's not mistreating them. It's just keeping
That
them
is
out.
absolutely mistreating them. Are you treating them the same as your native born?
Well, they're not here.
Okay, but the Bible tells you to treat them as your native born. Love thy neighbor.
Yeah, but there's also borders in the Bible. There's a border between the
Yeah,
heaven
and
and
even
hell.
if there are borders, you still treat people, right, regardless of whether they're foreigners or not, the same, right? That's what the Bible says to do, right?
You should obviously treat thy neighbor kindly, of course, but dude, there's what's the
Do you think Trump does that?
does what?
Treats people kindly?
I mean,
Do you think Trump serves as a good example?
he's definitely very powerful. He seems to have a lot of
Yeah.
influence.
One good quote that I've heard recently is that we don't just we don't just lead by the example of our power, but we lead by the power of our example. Right? So like it's not just that you're a powerful individual, it's what do you represent for the country? What does that show for this country and for the entire world as a whole? And what does that establish as a precedence that then will impact people not only just right now, but for generations to come?
Yeah, I don't know.
You want to know where that quote comes from?
Sure.
Joe Biden. That's actually a Joe Biden quote.
It's pretty good. I don't know. Is there anything else?
Yeah. No, nothing else. Appreciate you coming up. Hope you keep looking at these things.
All right. Appreciate the debate.
You as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. I do have some people to thank, but let's make sure to get on to this next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 31.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have some people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second.
I hope you don't mind that I have a stutter, so if it's bothering you.
No worries at all. No worries at all. I do have some people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Don't worry at all. Let me make sure to get onto this real quick. If you are on YouTube, everybody, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, as always. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, as always, everyone, though. Let me make sure to catch up completely, though, and then we can continue on with our conversation. Just give me one quick second, real quick. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lou, thank you for the $10. Kayla, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Luke, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're totally right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $10 again. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's really funny. As well as again with the $10 as well. Thank you. They totally did forget. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Trump did veto the housing bill. And literally Republicans and Democrats were willing to vote on that. That was crazy. Dons, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. I definitely always will. Thank you very much, Dons. Jason, thank you for the $2 or €2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, Luke with the $10. Thank you very much for the kind words. Thank you. MP Schultz, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. I'm glad that we give you hope. Thank you very much. As well as Luke, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I see you there very much. I definitely get you there. As well as Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Don, thank you for the $5. Prisoner Fan, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Mr. Flinch with the $5. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. It's really absurd. I have a video about that one recently. As well as Colin, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I will absolutely make sure to do that for you. And Anthony, oh my God, thank you so much for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Anthony in the comment section right now for the $200. Thank you very much for keep going, bro. Keep converting people. Well, thank you so much, Anthony. I really appreciate the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Anthony. As well as let me make sure to catch up over on PayPal. Jessica and Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he definitely was. It was absurd. Am I seeing that right? Give me one second. Cage, thank you so much for the hand heart. Justina, oh my God. That's the fucking largest donation I've ever got on the stream before. And I think you fucking know that. I think you know that. Justina, thank you for the $1,500 on PayPal. What is going on? Thank you so much, Justina. That is crazy. Thank you for the $1,500. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now? They said, Parker, thank you for your unwavering courage and passion. Most would choose an easier path, but you show up daily smiling and ready to face conflict head on. That makes you a rare and powerful force. Please never change. Always sending respect, strength, and love. Thank you so much, Justina. I really appreciate it. Because some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much for the $1,500. That is crazy. Thank you so much. As well as Cage. Thank you for the fireworks. Holy shit. Can we get literally a fucking 100,000 W's for Justina in the comment section right now? That is literally crazy. That is fucking insane. That is literally so crazy. W's for Justina in the comment section. I seriously always appreciate you being in the live every single day. It really means the world. So thank you so much, Justina. Can we get some fucking W's for Justina in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Alrighty. Go ahead. Melly, why do you support Donald Trump?
That's a good for you. That donation. That's a lot of money.
Thank you so much.
My friend sent me this TikTok because people said it's a fake account, but I don't really use it. I just she told me to talk to you if I could get the chance.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I do like the Operation Warp Speed and the border control a lot.
Okay. Operation Warp Speed was something I would agree with. And then in terms of border control, the Democrats still agree with criminalizing undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker and prioritizing going after those that have committed violent and serious crimes. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, someone said not from the U.S. We are currently in Stuttgart on a military base, and I am German. I married an American, and I'm allowed to vote. So if that's an issue, we can also end the
You're completely
conversation.
fine. You're completely. You have the ability to vote.
Okay, perfect. What else? I am against the abortion, so.
Okay.
And I think I feel safe because I grew up in they're very sheltered, and I think when there was a lot of immigrants, I felt it made me feel unsafe.
Okay. So, immigrants actually are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. Along with the fact that we can point to, overall, if you want to make our society safer, I would recommend not voting for a violent sex offender that pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, or called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, or celebrated the deaths of Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller just simply because they disagreed with him. Like, I think that maybe, like, if you don't want those things to happen, maybe if you want the country to be safer, we probably would want to vote for the former prosecutor, former district attorney, former attorney general over the convicted felon.
But can we talk about the sex offender thing? I have been here for a little bit. I watched your friend Dean. He played the clip of how Trump was barging into the locker rooms, and I'm a woman, and I safely can say that Trump is not very attractive or hot. So I was wondering, don't you think that he just makes up these stories to look desirable, even though he's not?
Well, this doesn't make him look more desirable.
Oh,
this doesn't make him look more desirable because it's a situation where he's getting away with perving on people when they didn't ask for it.
He thinks that. You know how males think when they may make up these stories that they're like it. You know what I'm trying to say.
So I don't think that if he were trying to make it seem like he is it, like he would bring up a scenario specifically that would be like showing where he didn't get consent or someone specifically coming to him, right? And also, like, it's not just him saying this. It's the fact that there are victims that came out and talked about the fact that this happened. There are two 18-year-olds that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. So we have very good reason to believe that this happened, not only just from what Donald Trump said himself, but also from what's corresponded to be true by individuals who were at these places themselves and have talked about it.
Do you think that someone could still do these things and still be a good president? For the economy?
No.
No.
And for the economy, he's been worse off. We've seen real GDP growth go lower since the end of Biden's administration, lower real median wage growth since the end of Biden's administration, higher unemployment, lower job growth, higher inflation, a lower real domestic manufacturing investment every quarter of Trump's administration so far. So, like, if you think things are better in terms of the In terms of the economy, it seems like you're pretty much mistaken there.
I have to admit that we haven't been in the U.S. for a while, and so I think that I have a very different look on things because I'm not there, and so when we are also with our military friends, it's like the saying. I think you heard it a lot. It's like he's our president, and so there's not. You can't really go against it, so that's why I'm here. And me and my friend talked, so I think it's just difficult when you're not in the U.S. when you're outside of it.
Okay, so given that I've given you this information so far, would you say that you would stop supporting Trump?
I think so.
Okay.
As I said, I watched your friend too, and that's why I just I'm trying to make up my mind a little bit, and I think you have very good reasonings.
For sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for talking to me and being okay with stuttering.
Don't worry
Sorry,
about it.
now it gets worse. Thank you, and
Of course.
enjoy your $1,500.
Well, thank you so much. I
donation.
appreciate it. Have a great night. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Of course, of course. Have a great night. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. I've never had a donation that high. That was insane. Again, W's for Justina in the comment section right now. And Zandra, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, as Christians, I think we should rewrite the Bible by preserving its morally good teachings while removing passages that promote morally harmful ideas. I'm surprised Christians don't advocate for something like that. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zandra. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I think that's a honestly significantly better idea than what's currently operating for sure. So I appreciate you very much. Go Zoom W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Okay.
And Cage, by the way, thank you so much. I appreciate it, by the way. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Computer, activate ball torches sequencing.
Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're about an hour and 30 minutes into the stream meeting. We have about 2 hours and 30 minutes left on the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We were just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
E.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm voting for Trump, for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So basically, I support Trump because I think that I just like his policies overall better. Feel what I'm saying? And I'm big on, the border. And I'm also big on, let me think. I also just I think Trump's just a better president. Like, I like what he's doing right now. Back, a little bit ago when Kamala was in office, we got all these, LGBTQ shit going on at the White House, and now, we're seeing some, UFC 250 freedom, you know what I'm saying? I just like the vibes better. You get what I'm saying?
What's wrong with LGBTQ plus acceptance?
See, I'm just liking the vibe better now, though. Like that's the thing. That's the whole thing.
I
think
appreciated the
it's better
vibe
look-
prior. I think that it was actually doing more of its role, like trying to promote acceptance of gay people within our society. All right, when they are experiencing unjust discrimination, comparative to like hosting a fucking UFC fight, where at the end they literally engage in saying that Michelle Obama is a man, which is clearly a bigoted statement and bullshit.
I mean, obviously, yeah, there's gonna be some dumbasses on it. No shit, but like, I'm just saying, like, yeah, like, yeah.
I just don't see the
uncalled for.
government to have a role within promoting UFC events.
No, yeah, no. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like, I just like. I mean, I don't know. I just like. I guess I just like it better.
So, like, what's wrong with promoting acceptance of gay people if you're okay with promoting the UFC?
It's not. It's not more about that. It's more just about like. I feel like it just like. It's better looks for our country almost.
No,
Like for another
I disagree. I think it's a good look for a country to accept gay people. That's a good look.
That's a good. That is a good look, but like.
Okay. If you agree that's a good look, then you agree that the Democrats were doing better when they celebrated Pride, comparative to Trump, who's not.
Well, why does Trump? He does. It's not that he doesn't. I mean, he's holding an event. That
What
doesn't mean
event?
The UFC event.
No, I'm asking like what has he held an event for Pride?
No, I'm saying like he held the event for UFC, but I'm saying that for LGBTQ, like.
Yeah, has he held
He's
an
not-
event?
He hasn't held an event. But I mean,
So he doesn't do anything for Pride?
has he not? He hasn't done anything for Pride.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. What has he done?
Does that mean he doesn't support it?
Well, that's what you were kind of bringing up earlier. You liked the vibes more when we weren't celebrating Pride comparative to celebrating Pride.
You don't have to have a whole celebration for something to support it.
Well, I would say that it's a part of the destigmatization of gay people within our country.
I mean,
Do you think
again-
that Pride is a good thing?
do I think like LGBTQ?
Yeah. Do you think that Pride is a good thing?
I think that. I mean, like, I guess.
Yeah. You guess? It sounds like you don't think so, and you just don't want the response from me.
Do I think Pride is a good thing? Like, is LGBTQ a good thing? Pride.
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Do you think it's wrong to be gay?
No, my uncle's gay. I think that's fine. Actually,
Okay.
but I do have I think, well, I think lesbian and gay is fine, but I think people that are transgender, I think people are like mentally ill
No,
if they're transgender.
it's not listed in the DSM.
I mean, I think lesbian.
It's gender
gay is,
dysphoria
like,
that's listed in the
I
DSM,
think
which
you're
people
born-
who
I
are
think you're
not
born,
trans
like-
can have gender dysphoria.
Say that again?
Yeah, what's listed in the DSM 5 specifically is gender dysphoria, and gender dysphoria exists for individuals who are not trans as well.
So do you think that it's not some type of like a mental illness if somebody is like, I just don't see it.
Would,
like,
would you
how
ever
can
support
tear-
someone? Would you ever support someone for president on gender affirming care?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you think men should wear makeup?
No.
No?
No.
Would you support a man who wears makeup
I mean,
for president?
Support a man that wears makeup for president? I mean,
Like if there was a guy that was running for president and he was wearing makeup, would you say that you'd support him for president?
I mean, I don't really care about his looks as long as he's a good president.
So you would?
Yeah, I mean,
So like, so you, okay. But you do think it's wrong to wear the makeup?
I think that like I would support him for his like what he's doing for the country. Do you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
I would
but,
like
but you think it's wrong to wear
that-
the makeup?
that aspect. I just think that's. I mean, it's odd. Like, what are you doing? I guess.
Okay, so like, do you say that about Trump when he puts on orange spray tan on his face? He puts
Again,
on orange
I don't
makeup
ca-
on his face.
But I'm not. Am I saying anything? I'm not saying anything about Trump's looks. I'm not supporting Trump. I'm not saying, oh, Trump's a sexy looking dude. Like, I'm not talking about that. I think you should like. That's not what it's about though. Like, sure, you can wear that if you want, but I mean, I think that's odd. But that doesn't like define if I'm going to support you or not.
But like, do you think it's wrong that he's wearing orange makeup on his face?
I mean, that's what he wants to do. That's fine. That's the same thing. I mean, that's the same thing. That's what I'm saying with transgender. Like, you want to do that?
Okay, wait.
Like, that's
So then
fine.
you so hold up. You don't have an issue with Trump doing that, but you do have an issue with trans people being
what I said.
and acting the way that
said-
they want.
No, I'm saying that I'm saying I don't care. Like, you can be transgender earlier on. It doesn't affect me. As long as it doesn't affect me, or like they're not doing anything to me.
Okay,
But, like,
so then why were you complaining about it?
Because I still think that
Is the White House celebrating Pride negatively impacting you in any way?
no.
So then why were you complaining about it?
You
You said as long as it doesn't impact you, you don't care, but you were bringing it up and saying that you care about it even though it doesn't impact you.
Yeah, because I think it's better looks for the country.
But that doesn't
For
impact
now.
you. And also, by the way, if you care about looks for the country, you probably shouldn't support the violent sex offender. You think a violent sex offender is a better look for the country?
How is he a violent sex offender?
He's held civilly liable, forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Where's that source at?
Trump liable, essay, AP News, sir.
Trump liable?
Essay, AP News.
SAEP News.
Mm-hmm.
So do you believe... Oh, and also, I heard you talk about the Epstein files, and I just want to say that that many famous people, like, have been to the Epstein Island, and I think that, like, Michael Jackson, who else was there? Like, who was there? Bill Clinton, right?
I don't know if there was evidence that either of them were on the island.
Pretty sure there was.
I'm not sure about that, but if you want to,
You can check that if you want, but
yeah, I have seen no evidence of that. So, if you want to talk about people who have been on the island, Howard Lutnick, who's a member of Trump's administration, is on picture with Epstein on the island.
yeah, I think he's been on the island, but I'm saying that's like celebrities go there. Celebrities, like, people go there as like just like that's not like a bad thing. I'm sure a lot
You
of
don't
people
think going to Epstein's island is bad? I'm sorry, that is absolutely bad. What?
I'm saying people might not necessarily know what's going on.
People who testified that were there specifically said that, like, if you went there, there's no way you didn't know. And also, I just want to be very clear, specifically when it comes to Howard Lutnick. He said he wasn't on the island, and then there's a picture of him shown on the island, and now he admits to being on the island.
Okay, I don't
So
even know
why is Trump keeping him on his administration, knowing that to be true?
I don't even know who we're talking about. I have no clue who that is. I'm not gonna lie.
He's a member of the Trump administration, Howard Lutnick.
Okay, but would you be saying the same thing if
This was a
Bill
Democrat?
Clinton-
Yes.
You would be?
Yes. I think people,
Okay.
whether they're Democrats or Republicans, should be held accountable. I believe if someone's a violent sex offender, regardless whether they're independent, Republican, or Democrat, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States. It should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States.
Okay. Well, I don't think that there's full evidence. Like, again, the Epstein files, that's not like...
There is full evidence. And
I don't
do you
believe
want me to give
that's-
you the evidence? Do you believe victims of Epstein, who got settlements from the Epstein estate, for their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking?
Yeah.
Okay. If you
wait,
do,
what you saying? Sorry, wait, my bad. Wait, what did you say? Sorry, I was doing nervous. Go on.
do you believe victims of Epstein, who got settlements from the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking?
Yes.
You do. Okay, watch. Now, when I tell you this next part, you're going to backtrack how much you want to bet. Watch this. Okay? That then implicates Trump, because there was a victim of Epstein who got a settlement with the Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein related to sexual abuse and trafficking, that got that settlement and then also accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. So if you believe, right, all victims of Epstein who got settlements with the Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein related to sexual abuse and trafficking, well, then you believe this survivor, who then also implicated Trump with her accusation against Epstein, who also got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So let's just clarify. You then believe this implication against Trump, so how could you possibly support him knowing this information?
I mean, that's a good point right there. That's a good point.
Okay.
So
if that's a good point, then you should stop supporting Trump.
I mean, I wouldn't support Kamala though. Also, like, no, hold on, sorry.
You could just say that you wouldn't
Trump.
vote.
I support Trump over. Yeah, I support Trump. Like,
So you would still vote for Trump over Kamala Harris if you knew that he did this?
Well, I didn't know that, but
now that you know this.
Now that I know this, I'm probably not voting at this point.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for either or?
I wouldn't vote for Kamala. That's the thing.
Kamala. Okay, so if I at least got you to a position where you wouldn't vote, that's preferable. But, all right, is there anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Dara, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars, by the way. Thanks for educating the American electorate. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Dara. Thank you for the 100 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. We've had a few people who have changed their minds today. I think today's been a very productive day. Dude, I don't know what it is. I feel like I've been convincing a lot of people recently. I'm like, hey, if anyone ever believes debates can't be effective, like, send them my live, okay? Send them my live. We've convinced, like, multiple Trump supporters today. Just from the stream, so. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
Okay. And if your election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris, definitely. So this is
You'd vote for Harris?
Yeah, so I kind of have a...
Okay, interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. As always, everybody. See this next person up here. Yo, how old are you? Hey everybody, we're actually a little bit less than halfway through the stream, meaning we have another 2 hours and 15 minutes or so left on the stream. If you like my content, the best way to help support the stream is by hitting that thumbs up over on YouTube and tapping that screen here on TikTok. You can actually tap the screen as much as you can, and it helps push it out to significantly more people. I would really, really, really appreciate if you do that. Yo, how old are you?
I am 35.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would go with Trump, sir.
Okay, so why did you say I was paid by the Democrats in the comment section?
Oh, there's not enough room to type. I didn't say you were paid by the Democrats. There's just not enough room to type.
Who do you think was paid by the Dems?
Well, a lot of people. There are a lot. That was, okay, that was specifically towards sources that are manipulated by them. So is it a non-bipartisan source? Yeah.
You just cut out. I can't hear you currently.
Sorry about that. Anytime you pull off the screen, it mutes people for some reason. And
yes.
One device. Sorry, dude.
Okay. So you just remember and come back into the app and tell me.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, give him a second, everybody. Made me smile. Thank you for another $10, by the way, just to talk some more shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm glad that you love Dean so much. I'll make sure to tell Dean that you do. Marianne, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Marianne. Thank you. Made me smile. Honestly, at this point, I think you've sent me like $150 just to talk shit. It's actually hilarious. I just want to let you know, with all the money you use to talk shit about me, I took my dinner, or I took my girlfriend to an amazing dinner. I just want to let you know that. It was fantastic with all that money you used to talk shit on me. Like seriously, all that money, we were full as fuck. It was so good. Thank you so much, made me smile. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, we'll give this guy a second to come back here with the information. Give him a quick second, everybody. Made me smile. Can't respond after that one, else he's just gonna keep funding the dinner with girlfriend fund. You know what I mean? I just want to let you know every single dollar that you send me will be spent on buying an amazing dinner for my girlfriend. Made me smile. I just want to let you know that. So, alrighty, give this guy a quick second. Well, it's just I hear you now. Go ahead.
Alrighty, sorry about that.
Go ahead. You cut out again.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm in the woods working on my farm, so I may be cutting out more than I'd like.
Oh, it's not cutting out
sorry
in terms
about
of
that.
lagging. It's whenever you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you at all.
Oh, they need to fix that, don't they?
Yeah, you have to see me for me to be able to hear you.
Oh, that is weird. Sorry. The Vera Institute is one of them that has been widely viewed as a non-bipartisan study. That's just one of them.
What institute? The VAIR Institute? You mean the FAIR Institute?
The Vera Institute of Justice.
The VAIR? I've never cited them.
Majority of studies use them as a source. You may not have sorted them, but the sources you use.
Did you mean to say
do
VAIRs?
use them. Yes, VAIRs. Sorry. And
Oh,
then the,
like Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System? That's not an institute.
Then there's the Migration Policy Institute.
I'm confused. Like, what are you trying to tell us?
I'm just saying, when we look at these studies, we need to be very careful, especially with the American history, of forced changes in those studies, that we don't just take them at face value. We look at who is funding this, why are they funding that, and what is the implications of them funding it. And that happens from my side too. So
Okay.
I just want to be like, hey,
I think this is
just like the
very
sugar
vague.
industry-
This is very vague, though. Can you tell me like any information that I've engaged in specifically that tells you this about anything I've said?
I have not looked at your entire list of stuff. So I'm not going to waste your viewers' time or your time, me going back through all your things. I would imagine there's a slip up once in a while. I'm not saying everything you're saying, but when there is misrepresented information, that is something we need to be aware of. Like, oh, the NPR. That's perfect. That was one.
NPR. So you think NPR is a good source, right? Or
Non-bipartisan.
bad source?
It's a non-bipartisan
So you think it's a bad source?
I think it's a source that can't be used by itself. It must be corroborated by a bipartisan study.
Okay.
make
And
it
what makes you think that? Because I think NPR is reliable information. But I mean, where do you get your information from?
The amount of fund donors compared to the other side. So if you get the majority of your money from one side compared to the other, I mean, that just makes you, I mean, it doesn't make you, but you're more
Sir,
willing
where do you
to
get your
side with
information
one
from?
side. That is from the NPR specifically, with who they are getting their donors from.
Sir,
So
I'm asking you where in typical you get your media and information and news from.
Well, a lot
Like
of people.
what media
I
companies?
get some from. I don't do media companies. I don't use Fox. I don't use CNN. I don't use MSNBC. I try to use, you, Dean, people on the right, some, RIP Charlie Kirk, some other people. As far as that, that's, I think, especially in this time frame when we have people like you and like others that are more independent with their debates and what information they're putting out, is a good thing.
Okay, so you get your information from social media in general? Because if you got your
Not in
information
general,
from me,
no.
then you wouldn't be citing this information because you didn't get this from me. So you get your information from people
Well,
generally on
you
the internet and in social media.
you cited an NPR study, so I was just calling that one out. Not all the stuff you had said is bad, right?
Okay. So I mean, I don't see anything wrong with NPR. I think NPR is good. I don't see.
I think that's a difference of opinion, though.
Yeah, that we can have a difference in opinion there. I'll bring up
absolutely,
a source that you think
absolutely.
is acceptable in order to be able to prove it to you.
Well, we'd have to have a topic.
I guess so. Like, this isn't a claim about liberals in general, right? Or a claim that like I'm paid by like the DNC or something, right?
No.
So like,
I
what was the original
never
claim you were
stated
trying to
that.
make?
The original claim that I was originally making was that we need to be careful with what sources that we get our information on. That would have put me past the character limit on TikTok.
Okay, so then you must say that with Trump as well. Like, can I ask you the question? Who won the 2020 election?
That would have been Biden, correct?
Okay, you're right.
Or Trump.
Do you think COVID vaccines are safe and effective?
Majority, yeah. But there are those extenuating circumstances.
Okay, so you do think in typical that COVID vaccines are safe and effective? Okay, so you do believe in the facts. So how do you feel about Trump denying those facts?
Well, he had a right to, right? Because some of those facts were deliberately, and they've done a DOJ investigation with this, and that's why Fauci is going back under the microscope, because of the information was purposely misconstrued and falsified.
What misinformation?
Regarding the effects.
What information?
The heart problems afterwards, the effectiveness of multiple boosters compared to a natural immunity.
Be specific, because none of the information they brought up was that you're referencing from Fauci there was incorrect, right? It was based on the current medically available information at the time.
Yes, but at the time he was saying these studies are right. There's no negative effects of these vaccines.
That's not what he said.
I believe you can pull up that, unless the media
I promise you,
manipulated that
won't
and
be
they
able to
used the wrong
find
source.
that. You can try to go look that up. I promise you, you won't be able to find it.
Do you want me to look it up?
Go ahead.
I'd rather move to another topic, but I don't want to be called running away from the topic. That's.
What other topic do you want to talk about?
My main. I would like to go over the military aspect.
What's up?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Sorry. I would like to go over the military aspect of his presidency and how effective that has been compared to previous administrations.
Okay, how so?
We're looking the total casualty loss numbers as far as our sides, the amount of time engaged with these adversaries, and the effectiveness in which our military.
Time engaged with adversaries. So you mean going to war with Iran? Is that what you mean?
I mean, also Afghanistan in the Middle East. It's not a 20-year war. Also, I can't. I don't feel it's right to talk about something that's currently going, because we don't know how long it is going to last in the future, especially when
the fact that he
Khabib
started the
can't
war and we
fucking-
haven't achieved anything is obviously a problem, right?
What would you define as not achieving anything?
Say that one more time.
So, what would you define as not achieving anything? Would the complete
Yeah,
obliteration
like we have no
of their
political
naval...
concessions.
Do those happen? Are you expecting those to happen right away?
I'm expecting them to happen at some point. If we're in a worse position now than we were 10 years ago under the JCPOA and Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, I'm going to criticize him for that. Because that's a foreign policy blunder that he has caused.
Would you now? Is it necessary to fail that to go and pursue this engagement?
Is it necessary to fail that in order to pursue this engagement? What is that supposed to mean?
So, this is going to get a bit tin hat-ish, so I'd rather stay. Would you believe in the great use of our military might, are there multiple aspects in which we would go to war and deliberately get rid of agreements so that we can further act in this war?
Would it make sense? What? Would it make sense for us to deliberately go against agreements in order to be able to continue this war?
Yes, to build up a war. Like, do you think wars just happen within one presidency, not the last 47 years?
I think this has happened
let's say,
because
the
of
Obama
Trump.
build up towards this.
I think this is because of Trump.
Yeah.
Obama established the JCPOA. Trump pulled us out of that. So yes, I think Trump is the one who put us in war.
Which allowed Iran to build up its refinement against the American policies.
Yeah, because of Trump pulling out of the JCPOA.
Even though before Trump was in office, they were refining.
It was capped at 3.67% before he got in office.
They only had 3 points. What is that? What source is that?
The
Information coming
IAEA,
from?
sir.
The IEA.
Yeah, the
Who funds that?
IAEA. It's an international
Who funds
agency.
that? I get that it's international, like it has it in the name, but that doesn't mean that they aren't co-opted by biased payments.
Okay, who is it co-opted by?
Well, who would have a problem with us doing something with Iran?
Who would
Probably
have a
someone
pro-
that benefits
you tell
with
me.
what Iran's actions are, right? Because, I would say that, if we are going after strategic resources, which we've been highly successful at, more than any other administration in the last 12 years.
Okay, so
I would
the
say this
IAEA, is funded specifically by 172 member states, including the largest contributor being the United States, which voluntarily contributes around 25% of the IAEA's regular budget.
Could you look up to see if Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, or any of our known adversaries are also payers for that?
Regardless, you're saying that they have most control
that's
over it.
important, though,
It's
right?
the IAEA,
That's
dude. It's the
that's
the
important.
agency. The agency is literally meant to have technical cooperation, specifically to prevent Iran here from getting a nuclear weapon, and for to register nuclear weapons with it across the entire world.
Words definitely stop crime and people from doing the wrong things, right?
Dude, you haven't looked into it. You're literally just saying this because you don't like the information.
No,
And by the way, I just want to let you know,
I just trust
the
information.
agreement that Trump would establish through his nuclear deal would establish that the IAEA is the basis for how we would get our information about the caps on their enrichment levels.
And what makes them, it's like saying I trust the FDA with what they said about the opioids during the early 2000s, just because the information put out at that moment was trustworthy.
What? We base
Just
things
because
on,
we're funding it.
we base things on evidence.
It is the same because
right? And the IAEA is
What do you mean they're not-
internationally reputable. It's not just the U.S. is funding this. It has international reputability.
So what you're saying is just because something is reputable, it is immune to corruption.
No, I'm saying that there's no basis in evidence of saying that it's corrupt to say that we don't have good information because of this. You're just assuming it's
there's
corrupt.
no basis or
sir,
evidence that
sir, to be
says it's-
fucking
I'm
quite
sorry.
frankly honest with you, you're assuming it's corrupt because you don't like the conclusion. That's it. That's the only fucking reason.
And you're assuming it isn't corrupt because of the same.
No,
fact
because
that it's going with
there's
the
a basis
information.
in reputation, okay, for having factual information from an international standpoint. Okay, there's evidence, okay?
And
by the way, Trump signed off on this in his first admin. I never said there's never corruption. When did I say that? Tell me. When did I say that?
You're ensuing it by saying,
When?
"Oh, just because it can't be corrupted."
I never fucking said that. When did I say that?
You're implying it
When?
by saying, "Hey, let's use this sort regardless of the information gathered."
No, I said the best
Yeah, I'm
fucking
not believing-
evidence indicates that the IAEA's information is accurate. And Trump even admitted himself under his first administration when signing off on the fact that the IAEA had accurate information in describing that they capped their level of enrichment of uranium in context of Iran at 3.67%, and that they weren't enriching past that point.
So that's the one time you would believe Trump?
No, I'm saying that even from your side, you guys believe this. Jeez.
I guess we can move on. I'll take the L for that one.
Okay.
I'll probably will do a better information the next time if I'm ever up.
Interesting.
So, but would you? I mean, you outclass me, dude. Like, are you kidding? You're definitely a better debater than anything that I would be. I'm an agronomist. I spend my time looking at plants and figuring out how to deal with the environment in which they're at. You spend your time, and you're very good at this. Like, I'm not saying you're a great debater. And so to go off like, hey, I'm nowhere near if I was as skilled as you, this would be a more interesting debate. I'm nowhere near your level. So
do you believe in climate change?
Yeah, obviously.
Do you think it's caused by humans?
Partially.
Mainly.
Partially can be mainly.
No. Do you think it's mainly? Do you agree with the 99% of climate scientists that have an international-based consensus in the fact that human-caused climate change is the main contributing factor to the level of changing climate we're seeing currently?
Yes, obviously.
Okay.
Right? You narrowed it down.
Trump undermines that. You know that, right? Trump says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. As someone who wants to maintain plants, right, and agriculture and environmental conditions around the world, wouldn't that be something that you would put as a priority?
I would, yes, I would, but I would also put a priority on these countries that put out way more carbon emissions than we will. China, in the plastic problems that are going on
in order to do that, we
India,
have to work on ourselves first. We have to be able to internationally work together with them, which, by the way, the Paris Climate Accords establish an international baseline to do that.
I mean, that's fair, yeah. But did China and India listen to those accords? Did they sign them?
I'm pretty sure so. And it's just that people claim that it didn't hold them to much, which, by the way, they have absolutely done things to address it since, even beyond the Paris Climate Accords.
I would be hard-pressed to say that their impact has dropped to a reasonable level that we are all okay with.
Say it again?
I would be hard-pressed to believe that the amount of effort they've taken would be acceptable to all of us.
Regardless of whether or not you think it's acceptable, I don't think the U.S.'s actions have been acceptable.
That's fair.
So, I think that we need to go and work internationally together to be able to do this, and that includes us setting an example to people to do so. We don't just, again...
we already have... Oops, sorry.
We don't just lead by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. Like I said earlier, again, if we establish an example for how we ought to operate from an international standpoint in addressing climate change, we're more likely to have international actors do the same thing.
I would say that we already have that pretty much well established in the developed world, as we have some of the most rigorous EPA system. I mean, obviously Trump I'll concede that Trump did. Yes, right. Some of that I am like the conservation land. I would not have been able to buy my land if that wasn't possible. I got a great deal. I'm happy about that. So for me, that's a positive, but that is a personal opinion on that because it purely affects me.
So you don't support Trump because of that, or you do?
I do, because it personally affected me. It allowed me to gain more wealth by the availability of this land at cheaper values.
So you don't really care
regardless
about the
of its
environment.
Well, my organic growing would say yes, but when I have to constantly look at how the rest of the world treats the environment, how the rest of our major companies treat the environment, regardless of, I think this is a bipartisan opinion, really, but because both sides are liable to the damage they're doing to the U.S., whether it's Nestle, whether it's the data centers. I mean, I think that's kind of blow out of proportion, whether it's
So
the
we need to have
plastic
an EPA,
manufacturing.
and we need to have established bases and regulations to prevent these things from happening. And then what you don't realize is that you're willing to undermine those things specifically because you care more about your personal wealth than you care about the environment.
That's fair. But I think if my
So, like, what do you care about
actions
when talking about politics
contradict that.
other than, like, yourself?
This might sound a bit egotistical and narcissist, but I honestly, I don't care if it doesn't impact me. I see your face. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if the policies are going to affect me more, I'm going to be happier or sad about them depending on the impact on my life.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you support slavery being brought back if you benefited from it and weren't disenfranchised by it?
Ooh, that is a crazy jump to go to that. No, absolutely not, because that puts other humans at risk.
Okay, so like
right, we aren't at the same.
There we go. You said it puts other humans at risk. Okay, I would argue that you supporting Trump's administration puts other humans at risk. And by the way, you acknowledged that when you said the environment is made worse off, but you are positively benefited by it by specifically you increasing your wealth.
Well,
so by the way, the wealth
that
of the
same
entirety of our
said
society does not
about-
increase as much when Trump's in office because the entire GDP growth is lower, real median wage growth is lower, job growth is lower, inflation is higher, real median wage or real domestic manufacturing investments are lower every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. So actively, the economy is worse off in terms of growth right now than it was at the end of Biden's administration. So it seems like for everyone else in typical, it's worse off.
That would be true if, that's true. I'm not going to disagree with that aspect of it, because those actions have led to, but we can't say about the future if his actions now are going to positively affect or negatively affect. Is his strategic resource grab of oil, which usually tends to work out good for the economy, regardless of what it is. I mean, the investigation into the companies gouging us during this war is going to be happening, but I would say the strategic grab of the oil has a great impact, but we're not going to see that impact in his presidency.
Okay, so you're saying the strategic grab of the oil benefits us. We're not going to see it during this presidency. Grab of what oil? Venezuela?
So the Venezuelan, we...
Okay. So you're saying stealing their oil. So why?
Yeah.
I thought you opposed violating human rights.
No, I never said I opposed violating human rights. There are specifics in which certain human rights
So you're okay with
should
theft?
be violated.
Would you be okay with me stealing from you?
I'm okay with theft if it benefits the greater good.
Okay.
Right? So does taking that strategic oil benefit America more than foreigners? I would say it does. Not to,
I don't think that there's any basis in evidence for that, and also regardless, let me ask you this question. Okay, so is it justified to steal all of billionaires' wealth if it would be better for society as a whole?
Well, that's kind of so.
Wow, he can't say this. He can say it's justified to steal Venezuelan wealth for the greater good, but he can't say it's justified to steal billionaire wealth for the greater good.
You're using an analogy of let's steal from American people versus
No, wait, you can't even establish that.
People.
You just said if it led to a net benefit. Wait, you said if it led to a net benefit, that you would say you'd be okay with stealing. So are you okay with stealing?
But if you can't,
so are you okay with getting rid of billionaires by stealing all their wealth over the $1 billion that they made, right? Specifically, because it will be more beneficial to the rest of society. Why can you answer this?
Well, because most of their wealth is unrealized.
Okay, but like if it would be better for, but you just said if it would be better for society as a whole, you'd be okay with stealing it, regardless of whether it's realized or not.
Yes, but that doesn't go past the action of how.
You know that oil was unrealized? Did you know that?
Yeah.
They
But
hadn't
it's going
sold.
to
They
have
had.
a
They had
quicker
not have
impact.
sold the oil yet, so it was unrealized. So you're okay with taxing unrealized things, stealing unrealized things for the net benefit for society. So then, would you be okay with the net benefit for society for unrealized capital gains for all billionaire wealth, specifically if it did benefit society?
If you put it in such a fine-tuned question like that, where there's only one real answer to go by, then yeah, right? Because you have
So
only
you
given
would
me
support
one
stealing
option to
billionaire
choose.
wealth.
Well, yeah, as long as that's Russian
I'm not
billionaire
giving you
wealth,
only. I'm
Middle
not giving
Eastern
you
bill-
only. Wait, by the way, I'm not giving you only one option. You can choose to not steal. You can say stealing is still wrong.
I mean, is it stealing? I mean, very fair, but on that same point, we already are stealing from us then. In the same, like, they're stealing tax dollars. So is that okay in that same sense?
If
Like,
you,
when you misappropriate our tax dollars for personal gain, is that for the net good? No.
Well, I think that there's going to be a difference in social contract that exists for members of a country as opposed to people who are not members of a country.
Individuals. Yeah.
And like
that's fair
countries
to,
that
that's
have
fair.
sovereignty.
And how would you? Well, you would need to. I mean, America first. I would say it would be necessary to take.
I
those
don't.
from
I don't
those
think it's
people that
America
are
first
Congress.
to establish a scenario where we think it's justified to steal from
You
foreign
can't
countries.
be really America first being a
I don't
Democrat.
think it's America first to steal from other countries because I think a part of what makes America what we think good, right, is the example that we would lead for the world. Is that we want to show a good example for the world, right? That would be a part of what we would think would make America good, right? Is establishing a
your
good
optics,
example. So
absolutely.
do
I
you think
would
it's a
say
good
that-
example for the world to establish that the country America is justified in stealing from other countries for their own benefit?
Are they just going and stealing it without justification?
Yeah, literally.
So when Biden put the put out the warrant for the arrest of Maduro,
That's
that
different
was
than
okay
stealing
because it was
oil.
under Biden.
That's different than stealing
Well,
oil.
that
I don't have an
initially
issue with the
led
arrest
to the
warrant.
stealing of oil.
I don't have an issue with the arrest
Right?
warrant. I
Because
think
if
I think Trump doesn't care about holding people accountable for committing those particular crimes. He pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country. Now, what about Biden?
Exactly. He pardoned several other people that were just as guilty as near heinous crimes towards the American people.
That's Donald Trump who did that, not Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, the facts would
Donald
disagree
Trump
with you.
pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that was convicted of
Yeah.
trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country.
And Biden pardoned several others that were just as guilty as of heinous crimes.
Give me an example.
Fauci.
When was he convicted?
You have to be convicted to be an evil person?
I said
I mean,
convicted.
didn't you just say that
I said
Trump-
convicted, sir. You said that they were convicted. So who did he pardon that was convicted? You know, in order for him to...
Oh, I didn't say convicted. I did not say convicted.
What is pardon, sir? What is a pardon?
Well, in Biden's case, there was no conviction, and then he
You're
pardoned
doing a
him. So how did
preemptive
they
pardon.
get a pardon without
Yeah,
conviction?
because Donald Trump said that he would go after his political opponents, which he's trying to do right now.
So Fauci should not be held accountable for his lies to the American people on the source of the
Anything that
virus
he
and
did that
the
was a
economic
crime, he should be
impact it caused?
anything that he did that was a crime, he should be held accountable for. But the issue is,
Fair,
is that
yeah.
Trump is not trying to do that. But what crime did he commit? What lie did he engage in? You tell me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The source and the funding of the Wuhan lab and the leak.
Okay. So what was the lie?
That it was not a lab leak, and that he had not funded it.
No, they just said that there was no evidence of that. That's what they said at the time.
At the time, correct. But now they found evidence, right? Because
So no, it's right now it's still unsure. Like we don't know what it is.
I mean, as the public, we definitely don't have the clearance to see what they have. You know,
They
would
don't
they
have
be
evidence either.
pursuing
You
it
have you
without
have no
any
okay. So if
justification?
you have no evidence that that's true, then how are you going to say that he lied?
Because he did lie, because I
No, he
believe
didn't.
there is evidence that says not suggests,
He
that
says
verifies
says
that it
right
is a
now that
lab
he
leak.
just doesn't know, that there's not conclusive evidence.
So there's enough evidence for a settlement, though.
And did you really just compare Fauci, someone who's not been convicted of anything, and someone that you can't prove has even lied, to someone who was convicted of trafficking 400 tons of sea drug to our country?
I mean, American deaths are American deaths, and taxpayer dollars are taxpayer dollars. So I can make that comparison if the effects are equally as bad. The
You think that those are equal? You think that those are equal?
If you were to look at the nuances and the effects of those actions on the broad spectrum of what they caused, absolutely.
That's insane.
Whether it's
let's assume that what you just said was true. Okay? Let's say he did lie about the lab. How the fuck did that negatively impact you?
So that is the large amount of inflation, the decrease
Inflation?
in...
The inflation is not because of the fact that it would be from a lab or not. Like, that makes no fucking sense. The lie, or whether or not he chose to lie or not, wouldn't have impacted you in that way. It just would have limited you from having that information at that time. Which, okay, that doesn't directly impact you in any meaningful way, even if it was true. So you can't really say it because of the impact that it would have on you. That makes no fucking sense. Now, this isn't true. Like, you have no basis for this, but I just want to clarify that.
The
Like, you're
basis
just
is
insane.
the inflation rate. I mean, that's name calling. I mean, I guess you lose if you're gonna.
I'm sorry. Does that hurt?
devolve
Does that
into
hurt your
name-calling.
feelings after what you just did? What did you just do?
No, God,
you don't
no.
think
I've
you
been
don't
through
think
way
you've done,
worse in life.
You don't think you've done name calling?
I didn't call you a name.
Who did you call a
I've
name?
been very respectful to you.
Oh, but like, were you respectful to Fauci, sir?
Do I need to be respectful to somebody who's a liar? I mean, it's just you and
I
me.
mean,
If
do you
Fauci was
do you
here-
have evidence that he's lied?
Yes.
What was the lie?
The lab leak and the amount of...
What was the lie he engaged in? He said that there was a lack of evidence to indicate that the lab leak was the
and
dominant
funding
theory.
that he never funded the lab.
Wait, so what funding did he authorize? He
I'd have-
authorized the
Do you
funding.
mind if I look that up real quick?
What was it? The $3.8 million dollars of funding to the Wuhan lab.
Did he authorize
And
that?
can you give me a source that he said that he never authorized that?
Yes. So you mind if I look that up real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Britt, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's give him a second to find this information. Jessica, thank you for $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's funny. As well as Justina, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe, yeah, I'll definitely try to do that at the end. For a few minutes near the end of the stream, I'll do a Q&A. Vito, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much, Vito. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. A dangerous combination of personality traits. Alrighty. If you have any questions, or if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty, let them find this information here real quick. We're nearly 1 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I think we're probably pretty close to 1.5 thousand likes. Alrighty, did you find your information, sir?
Yes, I did. Thank you for allowing me that time.
Okay, what's their source?
This.
You gotta be in the app for me to be able to hear you.
Yep. Sorry. I just want to. I've gotten concussions through my time in the military, so
that's fine.
Memory retention is quite difficult sometimes.
That's okay.
600,000 was routed to the WIV
Yeah.
research between
It cut out. It said 600,000 what?
was routed through the WIV and EcoHealth to the virus research between, and this is a congressional inquiry that got this information. So this is information from Congress. This is one of the leading reasons
I have a question. Why hasn't he been charged for perjury?
I think you need to, not you, I think you would need more information to, I don't know what goes into convicting someone with perjury. So if it's just that one lie, I think they would need multiple sources being like, hey, not only did they lie about this, right? It's this, this, and this. I don't know how to, like, just one lie, I don't know if they're going to give perjury to.
Okay, so, I mean, like, if he did commit perjury, it was so blatantly obvious. He said this in front of the American people. I'm confused why there hasn't been any charges, and why there's nothing
that is a great question.
Establishes
I
this.
think
This is under the Trump administration currently. And by the way, if you look at any of the subcommittees that specifically are referencing, none of them indicate that there is clear evidence to say that he has lied and that they can prove that he's lied. These are simply things that were investigated into, not something that is very clear to say that Fauci lied.
So, Ed,
You swiped out of the app again. I can't hear you currently.
sorry, I apologize. Edric Inlight,
Give him a second to find
Richard Enright, a nonpartisan virologist, is one of the sources.
No, what's the title?
Fauci had purposely and willingly lied to the American people.
So Fauci had purposely and willingly lied to the American public. What else?
Also, there is a 520 page by the Subhouse
I'm waiting for your title, man.
Oh. You can find that on Political Fact. I don't know if they put a title with that or if it's, he was used as reference for the greater.
I'm waiting for the source. I tried to look up what you're referencing. From what you did
the gain of function dispute.
Yeah, I understand, but what's the information that indicates that he lied? Because, I mean, based upon what I've seen, if you look at factually.co, it literally says that Anthony Fauci did not engage in a single sustained campaign of intentional deception, as many partisan narratives assert. But he made public statements that later required a correction or clarification as science moved. So that's what the information is.
So there's some more information from the
you're cutting
subcommittee.
Yeah, that's a Republican partisan source.
I gotta start writing this stuff down so I don't have to go.
Well, the point that I'm making is that it's a Republican partisan source that you're citing, and you're not citing any information that was adjudicated to be factual. And that these claims are simply along partisan lines.
Okay, the scientist who wrote the...
Okay. You maybe want to like go and find the information. You can like write things down, take some notes, and then like we can continue the conversation from that point. That might make it a little bit easier.
I appreciate you being so accommodating.
Of course.
Well,
All right. Well, while you do that, I'll make sure to bring up someone else and we can continue on a conversation. Whenever you're done.
That's cool.
Making some notes on that, you're either welcome to come back on the stream or you can stay up on here on the stream until you find that information if you'd like.
Just to be fair to everyone, you can take me off. That
Just
way,
send a
I
guest
don't
request
wanna
whenever you find that
interrupt
information.
somebody. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I'll see you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here about 2 hours and 25 minutes into the stream, everyone. Meaning we have about an hour and 35 minutes left on the stream, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Computer, hit this man with a Biden blast.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Jeanette, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Parker, why don't you stream on Twitch? I think at some point I might try to set up something where I try stream, where I also stream on Twitch. So I think we might try to do that, but it's really because of Wi-Fi. To be honest. Let's go on to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Right. We are Charlie Girl.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
It's mainly his immigration policies.
Okay.
The
Alrighty.
SCOTUS wins are beautiful, too.
Alrighty, for sure. We'll have some people to thank real quick, then we can move on to our conversation. Kathy, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I said happy Thursday, Parker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you very much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as let me make sure to thank some people over on YouTube Super Chat and over on Venmo and completely catch up here real quick. As well as Anastasia, thank you so much for the $2. I actually found that last night. And I did see it. Thank you so much for letting me know, by the way. Thank you so much. I actually wouldn't have known without you letting me know last night. As well as Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look through and try to find them. If I can, I will try to mute them. I was trying to look through and find them. As well as Vito, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Yes, he was. It was crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, Kat, thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, it's his first term. It was excellent. Got cut short with COVID.
Is your name Josh?
No, I don't know who that is, bro.
You have no clue?
No, my name's Frank.
Your name is Frank. I feel like your name is Joshua. And I feel like you've been on my stream a million times. And we've already gone through and had a conversation about all these things. Man. And you keep trying to come up on the stream even though I've already proved you wrong repeatedly over and over again and dog walked you repeatedly.
Do you regularly just accuse somebody of being something else so you can drop them? Is that your forte?
No, I actually don't. So that actually is more evidence of the fact that you are this person and that I'm not just making things up. So would you like to admit it? Because I was going to keep you on the stream if you admitted it. I was just waiting to hear.
No, you fucking won't, Parker.
Yes, I was.
No, you won't. Just like Dean still owes me $100. I ain't never seen that.
So you just admitted it, by the way.
Yeah, of course. What's up, everybody?
Okay, so why do you feel the need to keep coming up on the stream after you owe Dean
because I think it's kind of funny how Dean owes
after
me
you owe
$100,
Dean $100 and after you constantly get dog walked repeatedly on why you support Trump?
No, I don't think I've been dog walked. That's probably why you 86'd me from your live and continue to drop me and block all of my accounts. How would you call that a dog walk? I'm pretty sure I dog walked.
Do you agree that we should 86-47?
I don't care what you say. If you guys want to get Trump out of office, Go for it. It's what you guys have been trying to do since 2016. Nothing's worked.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are now not supporting Trump because his approval rating is in the shitter, dude.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. They still got another, like, what, 2.5 years with him?
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he actually did any of the things that you claim he did with zero evidence, then yeah, probably.
What, like, can you give me any examples?
Like, if he actually assaulted E. Jean Carroll, if he actually was barging through teen USA beauty pageants. No, he didn't. And you know that.
He did. There was an
You know
18-year-old that
that.
came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. I don't know why you deny these facts.
Out of 15 girls, only one of them actually came out and said something with her face, non-anonymous. Yeah, that's very interesting, Parker. I think I believe in all women, and I would say 11 is more than 4.
You understand
Wouldn't
that that's
you say
not.
so?
You understand that that's not going to be evidence specifically to say in all scenarios that this didn't
Well,
happen at
yeah, when
all, and it's simply
BuzzFeed-
just evidence at those particular events that it didn't happen at those particular events. There were many
It
different
was
events.
literally the same event. It was 1997 Miss Teen USA contestants. They all knew each other. Yes, it was. BuzzFeed did an article in 2016. Nobody came forward before that.
Yeah, so you understand that it wasn't just one event. There were multiple different events that, or people specifically were interviewed from different Miss
Okay, and only
USA
one
and Miss
girl
Teen USA
anonymously
events.
said something? That's ridiculous, Parker. Out of 15, only one of them said something happened?
I
That's
said there were
delusional.
2 girls as young as, or 2 18-year-olds that said 4 girls as young as 15 years old were in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. And by the way, you don't believe any of the victims that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. There are 27 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual
Yes,
misconduct,
I don't-
and you
I
don't
don't
think
think
that is enough
somebody as
evidence in order
famous
to.
as
Wait,
Donald
hold up. Let me
Trump
please finish.
would
Let me
have done
please
that.
finish. I know you have to cut me off because you know I'm disowning you here. So
You're
again, you
not
don't
at all.
believe any of the.
I'd like
you don't
you to talk
you don't
about the
believe you
15
don't
girls
believe
from
you don't.
BuzzFeed
Oh, let me
2016.
know when you're done cutting me off.
Go
So
for it,
you don't
Parker.
believe any of the 27 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. So you literally sit there and you say, "Oh, that's not enough people specifically for me to believe it." But even when there's literally over literally 24 people that have come out here and talked about the fact that Donald Trump is engaged in sexual misconduct, all citing the exact same type of behavior, you think that's not enough, even when one of
Yeah,
them
they're citing
has held their
behavior that he
abuser
literally
accountable in
said
the
on
context of
Howard
a
Stern
civil
show.
court
It's
for
pretty
sexual
easy to
abuse.
cite the same behavior, bro.
Yeah, you
They're
have to
using
cut
the
me off
same
because you got
exact line,
cooked.
just like you do. And then they spread all this bullshit. It's clearly
You just
fake.
say it's
When did any
bullshit,
of
but I
those women
proved
come out?
you.
What year?
Wait,
Parker, what year?
you don't accept things as evidence because then 27 plus people.
Parker, what year?
I already told you 1995 to 1986.
No, what year did they come out?
It depends on the person.
When was it on? Yeah, so let's do the earliest. Put on record. What year?
I don't remember the first year. I would say earliest goes back to when it happened in the 80s, and we can point to even him specifically in.
And who was that?
Well, there's Jane Doe 4 we've gone over with you specifically.
No.
From
Jane
the
Doe
80s.
4 didn't come out.
Oh, are you saying when they came out?
Anything in the 80s?
Oh, when they
Yes,
came
when
out,
they
so we can
actually said
reference.
something happened.
Yeah, we can
Correct.
reference specifically his ex-wife, right? She came out in the
His
in the
ex-wife that
90s.
literally retracted her statement, saying that it was just
in
because of the
2016.
divorce.
In
So that's a
2016
lie.
because of pressure
So
from
she like
Trump.
admitted to lying about it.
No, she
That's
didn't.
not a great source.
And by the way, she didn't admit to lying about it. And also, by the way, let's just be very clear. I was giving you an example of someone specifically from back then alleges information specifically about Trump. And by the way, it's not
That
just
got
individuals such as that.
She literally
By the way,
said
there
it
are
didn't
people
happen.
that.
So
by
yeah,
the way, that.
so pick somebody else.
Okay, all right. You just want to cut me off every time I speak, or do you want me to speak?
Well, don't feed me bullshit. I'm not going to let
I'm
your
not giving you
viewers
bullshit.
actually think that you're
I'm giving you
correct.
things
Like,
specifically
come
of
the fuck on,
accusations
man.
that go back because you asked for accusations, right? And I'm giving you things that establish that. There are accusations that go back decades specifically against Trump, along with the fact that there are
Okay.
accusations that have continued even after then. You just don't accept them as accusations because they came out around the time when Donald Trump was running
Oh,
for
no, I'll
office,
100%
which by the way is
around
some.
the time. You
Okay,
mean
how
when
about
he
you
was
shut the?
running for-
Okay, shut the fuck up.
And then what's an accusation, Parker?
All right, if you cut me off one more time, I'm just gonna kick you. I'm not gonna keep
You
doing
want
this.
to kick me. Hey, I know. It's fine, dude. Do it. Thank you for the W again. Stop lying to your fucking viewers.
There was no lie. You're just mad that I
Yeah,
literally owned you
dude,
repeatedly.
It's clearly
Okay.
political motivation.
Okay, so I told you what was going to happen, and I just kicked you again. Because literally every time you come on my live stream, you do the exact same thing, and I prove you wrong every single time. I did prove you wrong. You're just unwilling to engage in productive dialogue. So I'm not going to fight with you to talk on my stream. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yotap, how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay.
I like you, Park.
We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yotap, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 18, mate.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what state do you live in?
Idaho.
Okay, can you tell me what time is this?
Good night. You caught me, mate.
Interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yotap, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
June.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Wait, one more time.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I used to think Harris, but after I saw what he does, Trump for sure.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because I feel like he's a really strong figure on world arena. So
what state do you live in?
Rhode Island.
Okay. What time is it?
10:24 p.m.
Okay. Can you name 3 states that border Rhode Island?
Massachusetts, Connecticut, and I believe that's it.
That's it?
Yeah, it's really on the edge.
Okay. Can you name the capital of Rhode Island?
Providence.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump?
He's a really strong figure for United States, and he makes it look like fuck around and find out if you're a bad guy. You're Russia, you're China, you're I don't know, Iran. Iran find out their lesson when they were trying to obtain the nuclear bomb. China, they were trying to take over Taiwan. They're not trying to do it anymore. Russia, that was winning Ukraine badly. Now they're getting their ass whooped.
I'm still not hearing any reason why Trump's preferable.
Because all of that is because of his outside policies.
What did Trump do to do that?
He showed to everything China. He made them think not even think, be sure he's gonna fight for Taiwan. He attacked Iran after they were trying to obtain the nuclear bombs. He attacked them
because he prevented them from being in prevented us from being in the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, that capped their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.67%.
Yeah, and also
so Trump got them closer to a nuke.
How's that?
Because they had higher levels of enrichment because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. Then existed under the JCPOA, the deal set up by Obama.
But didn't they settle a new deal that says they won't?
Nope, the deal hasn't been completely settled because Israel has been violating the deal by attacking Lebanon.
Well, but that's not his fault. That's Israel's fault.
But that's the deal he's signing, and it's his fault for pulling out of the agreement in the first place.
Well, okay. He took over a couple of the Russian ships that made Russia look super weak, so we look way stronger. And do you think Putin would care what Kamala Harris says? Do you genuinely think?
Oh, I think that he's forced to.
Well, it didn't work with Biden.
It did.
He
got the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine.
Well,
do you think Russia should have been able to take over Ukraine?
No, they should not. Absolutely not.
Okay, and how do you feel about Trump getting rid of the funding and then bringing it back, and admitting he was wrong?
Well, in the beginning, I didn't support that. That's what I didn't like about him in the beginning. But after he continued that, like I'm not supporting every single decision he does. Like I just support majority of them. I just filter in for myself.
Okay. And you say you support a majority of his policies. Can you name a single of his policies that he influenced to get passed that benefit the average American more than a benefit the rich?
Well, I feel tariffs.
Tariffs disproportionately come from the middle class and working people.
Well, they decrease the amount of like money we give to foreigners rather than
I feel like you're trolling.
to create. What do you mean?
I feel like you're trolling.
How's it trolling?
You want to decrease the amount of money we're giving to foreigners?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not terribly, like not cut it off completely, but we need more working places over here.
So
rather
then,
than just buying.
So
off
how
of
do you feel
Timor,
about Trump starting a
everything.
war with Iran? Because isn't that like helping Israel? Isn't that like for a different country?
But like we care more about like what's going on to
Oh,
the world
so
rather
we
than
want to
just
spend money
Israel.
like on other countries. Oh,
That's
okay.
not what I'm saying.
As you just said.
I'm saying over here. That's two different situations. What are you even saying about Israel?
Yeah, you said we should do something for a foreign country when we're referencing Israel, but then you have an issue with international aid that saves millions of lives, like for example, USAID.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We
Do you have an issue with the USAID?
Not completely. I'm not saying to cut it off completely.
That's what Trump's
we need
administration did, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study.
But why their countries not care of their people to create damn jobs there and like proper
Wait,
pay?
they do care. It's just you understand that it's not as simple as just fucking flip a button.
Decrease corruption.
We have a lot of
not-
corruption in our country, and that's because of people that
we
you
can
support.
afford it. Well, corruption goes in both ways. Like,
And
do
I
you
would
think
argue we
Democratic
can't afford
Party-
it. That's why we're in the most debt we've ever been in
But
as a
do you
proportion
think
of our
Democratic
GDP.
Party? Do you think Democratic Party does not have corruption?
Significantly less than the Republican Party.
Proofs of that? Like, okay, I'm gonna give you a proof of the Democratic Party corruption. Minneapolis, where a lot of Somalians open kindergartens just for their families, where like the whole kindergarten.
So Donald Trump has pardoned fraudsters. So I don't know why you're going to try to brand the Somali community specifically as fraudsters when in reality, like that's ridiculous and that's not true. And Donald Trump has pardoned fraudsters himself.
Okay, which ones?
For example, Todd and Julie Chrisley. Right. For example,
Can you
George
tell me
Santos.
a bit more about it?
What's up?
Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, they're convicted fraudsters.
Okay, how did it benefit Trump?
These are family or friends of his and family friends.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, those I know, and I don't support those. But you see, like, I more support him for his outside policies, like for creating strong image of America that America will fight for sure for their freedom for any weaker countries. Like, for example, if Ukraine got attacked when Trump was the president, like that shit would be over already.
I don't know what you're saying. You said what?
I'm saying if like the war started when Trump was a president, that would be over already. Like it would not be that big of scale of a war.
You
I
think
know
you
it
think
'cause
that there's
I'm Russian
less
myself.
scales of war if Trump is in office?
Yeah, like most likely that wouldn't be even a war at this point, because Putin would be scared.
Okay. So why is Putin not establishing a deal with Trump like Trump said in one day? Remember he said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? How'd that go?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I'm supporting him majorly, but not in everything. Like, yeah, most likely.
But
whatever
what you
he was
just brought
saying
up made
about
no
it, it
sense. You
was
just tried to brand
clickbait.
Somali individuals as fraudsters, and then tried to pivot from that when I called you out and said you were wrong that Donald Trump was pardoning fraudsters. You then pivoted onto talking about Russia again, which I then proved you wrong on as well. So would you like to stay on one topic before you move on and pivot to a bunch of different topics to try to not address what I just brought up?
Okay, but you were saying that like he was doing frauds. That's why I like called out like. No, okay, never mind.
He did
You
pardon
were saying
fraudsters,
about
that's
the
true.
corruption. You were talking about the corruptions. So like I bless you. So I said about the corruption in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and I said it's significantly more prevalent within the Republican Party. And what was your response?
Well, the Somalians
Yeah, you
genuinely
referenced,
made
and I
almost
told
their
you how
whole.
that's not even going to be, one, that's not in reference to Democrats, and two, specifically, if we're talking about people who are Somali, you can't brand all the people who are Somali in the country as fraudsters. That's fucking ridiculous.
But they still made from that pretty much their country's GDP, which is 9 billion. It's not a small money, if you think about it.
Yeah, but I don't know why you're attributing that to only people who are Somali, especially when the person who was running that operation wasn't even Somali in the first place.
But they all were supported by like the Democratic mayor.
Who?
I don't remember this dude's name. You wanna watch the Nick Shirley video on that?
Okay, bro. Stop watching Nick Shirley. Maybe that's a problem, sir.
Okay, tell me why he's
I think
wrong.
that's your
Tell me.
problem. What's up?
What's wrong with the Nick Shirley?
Because he's just trying to engage in partisan politics. He's not even trying to call out fraud. If he did, he would be going after Minnesota, who has a multiple times higher per capita fraud rate than Minnesota and California. He's going to those areas because they're democratic, not because he's actually trying to go after fraud. And he isn't actually leading to more accountability for fraud. He just created more commotion, which inevitably led to the murder of U.S. citizens in broad daylight.
Like, those U.S. citizens, they were not behaving the way they should be behaving with ICE officer. Do you think start running over ICE officer is a cool thing to do?
Renee
Would
Good
you do
wasn't
that
trying to
yourself?
run over an ICE agent, okay? She was trying to
Would
leave
you-
the scenario, and the ICE agent just shot her in the head, okay?
He was standing on the way and
No,
were
he
trying
was
to run him
driving
over.
away.
He-
I've watched the video a million times. We played it on the stream. He was driving away from her. Or she was driving away from him.
So how do you imagine him just like actually purposely going under the car? Because he received injuries from that.
Bruh. He could have taken a step back and he wouldn't have been touched at all. I don't think he was even touched in the first place. And anything you could attribute, you're trying to attribute, like, for example, him being bruised, if he took one step back, wouldn't have happened. Plus, isn't evidence of serious bodily harm and or death in this scenario that would be necessary to justify lethal force, okay? You understand you rely upon a standard to justify lethal force, which you could not achieve.
Okay, let's imagine you're a police officer. I'm trying to punch you. You can just do a step back. You don't have to defend yourself. You just need to do a step back or like do a block. That's it. That's it, right? I'm just trying to punch you with my little hand, right?
What? I feel like you're trolling me right now. What are you saying, bro? We're talking about someone in a
Because
car.
you're trying. He was tried to run over, but he could have just like make a step away. But she
He
was
could have taken
genuinely
one
trying to
step
run
back
him
and he
over.
wouldn't have been touched at all. Do you agree? And by the way, the third shot is the one
No,
that
I
killed
see.
her, and that was taken multiple feet to the left-hand side of the driver vehicle when the car was not going anywhere near towards him.
I've seen the video. It
Yes,
was
I have.
going towards him. I've seen the video.
The
too.
third
You-
shot is the one that killed her, and at that point, it was very clear that it wasn't going towards him.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Well, then go watch
I
the
don't know.
fucking video, sir. Because you
I've
clearly
seen
haven't.
it multiple times.
No, you
I've seen
haven't.
it.
Not if you're willing to say this. Okay, alrighty. Bro's got nothing, so let's just go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. We have about an hour and 10 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Just letting y'all know. An hour and 10 minutes or so left on the live. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. By the way, tomorrow, everyone, I should be on live later in the day. Just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, but I just want to be clear. I don't support him on everything, but I think it's like the lesser of two evils. And I primarily support him because I don't support liberal policies at all. And basically, any liberal run city that you can point to in the US has just been in major decline over the years. It's overrun with homeless, crime, they're decriminalizing crime. It's okay to have schmugs on you, and it's just gone into the absolute gutter. So, yeah, I do not want someone who's a leftist running this country.
Okay. So you think crime has gone up because of liberals?
Yes, but
And you want to reduce crime, right?
Trump has reduced crime significantly. In
By
this
doing what?
past year, crime rates have gone down like nearly 20%.
What did he do, though?
He deployed like ICE agents into cities. He also deployed the National
He deported
Guard.
ICE agents into cities?
No, he deployed ICE agents into cities, and he also deployed the National Guard into Memphis and to Chicago.
Okay, so
and
crime
he's
rates were
helped
already
clean up
going
crime.
down? So can
Yeah,
you explain why they were already going
yes,
down
crime
prior?
rates have their crime rates have gone down over the years, but they've
And why have crime rates gone down in New York
dropped-
City where this didn't
But they've
happen?
significantly dropped under Trump. That's the
but
difference.
crime rates have
There's
gone
been
down in
there's
New York
been a
City,
rate
for
of
example?
about 4.5%, but under Trump, it's nearly doubled.
So crime rates have gone down in New York City where these things have not happened. So why has the crime rate gone down in New York City?
I told you he's helped deploy ICE. ICE was all over the U.S. And he's
In New
just
York City?
cracking down on crime overall. In New York City, I don't know about New York City specifically, but because of Trump's policies, the national crime as a whole has gone down.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to not born U.S. citizens, and the crime was going down prior to Trump even getting in office, again, due to things that are not even related to
Again,
Trump's
not at the rate.
deportation policy. You have no evidence
at
that
the
his
rate.
you have no evidence that his deportation policy is even addressing crime within that particular respect, especially because, again, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit these particular types of crime. Plus, if you wanted to address crime in the very first place, you probably shouldn't have voted for a convicted criminal that is literally a violent sex offender rather than a former prosecutor, former district attorney, and former attorney general.
Okay, so then why has crime nearly doubled its rate of going down under Trump?
What's your source?
Literally just Google it. Anywhere.
That's
You
not
can
a
do an
source.
AI overview. National crime rates have a historic multi-year decline. We already knew that, with overall violent crime and property crime dropping significantly compared to prior years. In the U.S., murder rate is
Between
projected
what
to
years?
hit- This is on the FBI, by the way.
Yeah, between what
.gov.
years, though?
I'm talking about 2026 right now. That crime.
And wait,
So-
where? Because
Property
it only goes up to
crimes
2024.
have experienced a massive downward correction, dropping over 20%.
Where do you see that? Because based upon the Bureau of Justice statistics, it's literally up to 2024. So I'd love to see where you see up to
This is May 13th,
2026.
2026.
So
FBI
where? What's the
releases
title?
Historic early look at annual. This is the title. FBI releases historic early look at annual crime data, and it was released May 13th, 2026.
Historic early look at or crime data.
At annual crime data.
Okay, here we go. Alrighty, this is between 2024 and 2025. The historic early release provides a preliminary analysis. Preliminary data shows that violent crime is an estimated
Right,
9.3%, decreased an
And under
estimated 9.
Biden-
Can I
under
please
Biden, it
speak
was
without you cutting me
4.5.
off? Is that fine?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you said that the preliminary data shows violent crime decreased an estimated 9.3% between 2024 and 2025. Interestingly enough, what you have to look at in terms of the data is the rate of decline prior. The rate of decline prior was actually even
Yes.
more. It went from
No, it wasn't.
I'll tell you. it went from 379.5 murders per 100,000 to 359.1 murders per 100,000. So that's a significantly a larger decline than 9%.
Okay, Google the
If you
Google under Biden, it was 4.5% under Biden, and it's 9.3 so far under Trump. So it nearly doubled going.
Where did you
down
get the
under
4.5% number?
Google literally asked.
I already looked that up.
Decline under Biden.
Yeah, I understand. I looked it up. If you look specifically under the 2023 to 2024, you can see it went from, again, 379.5 murders per 100,000 to 359.
You're not looking at the overall rate. I'm not talking about murders. I'm talking about overall violent crime rate, not just murders, crime in general. Had a decrease.
Yeah, if you look at here, I'll give you overall violent crime per year.
And the same comparison.
What's your source?
4.5.
The data that I'm looking at tells you the complete opposite.
Crime rate under Biden.
I understand. I'm looking at this right now, and I see a greater decline under the 2023 to 2024 than what we see under 2024 to 2025, based upon the information that you just cited.
2023. Let's Google. Okay, so overall property crime was only 2.4%. Rate. I'm trying to get the overall.
Yeah, violent crime in 2023 was 380,000, or 380 per 100K, and then in 2024 it was 359 per 100K. That's a greater decline.
Okay, it says the overall violent crime rate in the U.S. released by the FBI 2023 crime decreased by an estimated 3.0% in 2023. The overall
in
rate
2023, that's from 2022 to 2023.
Okay, so that is when Biden was in office.
Yeah,
no?
I understand, but I was comparing.
And when Trump
wait,
was
I was
in
looking
office,
at. I was looking at. Wait, pause. I was looking at 2023 to 2024.
Okay, but I'm asking you for a percent, not. You could also say.
Oh my God! Do you want me to fucking do the math for you? I can tell you that 380 per 100K is to 359 per 100K is a greater level of difference than 9%. What's up?
I want you to look at the two percentages, the overall crime, so we can just focus on, because there's a lot of different things that go into crime. You can talk about murders, you can talk about rape, you can talk about robbery. The overall violent crime, right, in 2023 was 3% versus in 2025 for Trump, it's 9%.
Wait, repeat it one more time.
The overall violent crime rate decreased by an estimated 3% in 2023. Okay.
Oh my God!
Versus,
you keep. I just responded. Did you hear what I said in response to that?
But you're.
Oh my God! That was between 2022 to 2023. I am citing the information between 2023 to 2024, which is under the Biden administration, the year prior to Trump getting in office. So I'm looking at the trend that existed.
Right, and it was going down. Historically, crime
yes,
rates
it's
have
been going down since 2000.
But it's fallen down significantly more. It's nearly doubled under Trump. That's the difference. Yes, crime has statistically gone down, but it's
I understand, but you have no evidence that this is
significantly.
because of Trump.
Right. So, can you concede that it's gone down way more under Trump?
No, you don't have a source for that.
I just told you 9.4 versus the 4. It was 3, and then it was 4.5 in Biden's following year, and now it's down to 9.
You're being dishonest. Okay, do you want me to do the math for you? But the difference between
No, I want
380 to 300
You're saying this certain crime had 3.
I'm just gonna mute you. So we're gonna do the math for you because apparently you need to know the difference. We're gonna look this up oourselves. 2, 3, 59. Boom. That's the specific number. Give me 1 second. Because I don't want to hear any more yapping, to be honest. Oh my gosh, I just lost the number. Here, I'll unmute you and I'll let you speak, actually.
Okay. So nationwide in
Wait,
2024
can you pause and tell me what you're reading that is telling you the percentage is less between 2023 and 2024?
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
first of all, well, there's a couple resources because I was just looking at an overall
Yeah,
AI
what is it?
overview first. Well, the Council on Criminal Justice.org.
What's the title?
Well, this is, hold on, let me go back. This is a good source too, but violent crime has decreased by 9.3% nationally in 2024.
Yeah, I know you've already said that, so I'm asking
And
you
so
what
now
source
what I wanted,
I'm asking you what source you're looking at that is going to tell you the difference.
again, you can go back to the FBI, that original source I told you. It tells you the 9.3%, which I referenced
Yeah, I
earlier.
understand.
FBI
That
released
tells
this
you
historic
between
early look.
specifically 2024 to 2025.
Right. And then let's compare when Biden was in office in like 2022 to 2023 and get the overall national crime rate.
Okay.
So then what you
all right.
do
I can go through and run the data. Let's say that there is an increase. Does that mean Trump caused that increase?
Yes, because he's cracking down on crime. When he
Okay, but this
deploys the
doesn't
National Guard
wait, but
to
if
cities,
proportionally, listen, if proportionally undocumented immigrants commit less crime comparative to naturally born citizens, that doesn't make sense that would be specifically reducing the crime rate. Or with the National Guard, that doesn't seem to be the only reason either, because we see the decrease in crime, specifically even in areas where we haven't seen the National Guard deployed.
right, and there's always going to be outliers when you look at a pool of statistics, right? Like in New York, I don't know exactly why the crime has decreased, but I know, for example, in Memphis, Tennessee, where they have deployed the National Guard, and in cities like Chicago, it is significantly dropped. Okay, and these liberal governors are like, "Oh, stay out of our cities."
They can't keep
And
them in
then-
those areas
and then all
because
of a
they're
sudden
not. The governor
crime-
didn't consent. The governor has to consent for them to be in those
the
areas.
crime shoots down. The crime shoots down
Wait,
when they
the
get
crime
there.
was already going down in areas where there isn't the National Guard. I've already said that. So this
Yes,
whole
but at a
argument,
much
the
lower
National Guard is the
percent- at a
basis for that, I think is
much
absurd,
lower
especially because the
percent.
National Guard cannot make arrests.
At a much lower, yes, but they can come in and help prevent crime. Like when there's people there, they're not going to be as able to commit crime, and they can help aid in police force.
And it's only going to be while they're
actually
there.
Send these people to jail.
You mean
Right.
they can call the police? That's what they can do, like any civilian.
Yes, they can aid.
So how is
right,
that any different than civilians being there?
Okay, so you don't think that the National Guard can help at all in helping reduce crime?
I don't think it
disingenuous
fixes
of you.
crime. I think it's a temporary sort of band-aid that doesn't really do much.
Right, but it helps reinforce this idea that we should be cracking down on crime. What's
wait,
going
hold
on
up.
in liberal cities is
Can I agree with you here for a
decriminalizing
second?
crime.
Can I agree with you?
Clock
Like,
someone over the head and then just get run away. It's
no,
happened in Seattle.
here's where you're just
Yes,
wrong.
I'm from Seattle.
Here's where you're just wrong, okay? So I do agree that we need to go after crime and we need to hold people accountable for committing crimes. But in doing
Yes.
that means you shouldn't support Trump because Trump's a convicted fucking criminal that has pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots. He's quite literally called for
They
the
were
execution
led
of
in by
some
the
Democrats because they said to follow the law and not follow unlawful orders. He called for them to be hung. He
They
reposted
committed
someone.
treason.
He
They
reposted.
committed treason.
That's not treason. What treason?
Yes. What he was saying that they should be hung because they committed treason.
What treason?
They were urging military not to follow his orders.
Not to follow unlawful orders. Now let me ask you this question.
Let
me ask you this question.
That's a liberal fake spin. It's
Let me
how the
ask
news
you.
works. They
Let me
fake
ask you this
spin
question.
things.
Watch this. Watch this. Do you think that people should have been forced in the military to take vaccines under the Biden admin? Do you think they should have followed that order?
No, I don't think you should be forced to take a vaccine.
Wait, but like they were forced, so they should follow
Right.
the order Biden gave them.
They had to take the vaccine, right? Because Biden, who was in charge, gave them that order, and they had to get the vax.
Okay, so
unless
so just to
there was
clarify.
unless you had religious, I think, like consent.
Okay, maybe we'll try it this way. How do you feel about Mike Pence saying that he didn't follow an unlawful order that Trump gave him in the first admin, where he gave him an order to certify false slates of electors when he didn't have the legal capacity to do so?
When Mike Pence, sorry, what?
Yeah, Mike
Can you
Pence said
repeat
he
that?
didn't follow an unlawful order from the Trump administration.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What
and
was the unlawful? What was the order?
to certify false slates of electors.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah. So that's exactly what Mike Pence said. He said he put the Constitution over Trump every time, and he would continue to do that. So
Mike
do you
Pence
think that he's a
certified
traitor?
what? I just want. I
Wait,
don't
wait,
know,
hold up,
'cause I
hold up.
don't
Do you
know
think
this,
it'd be
so I need to
do you think it
actually
would be
check the
justified for
source.
people to call for his execution, and do you think it's justified to call him a traitor?
I need to look into the specifics. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I
I've
need to
told
find the
you
source
everything
because-
you need to know.
What
I'm
is
sorry.
it called? What certified? What Mike Pence? I'm
Certified the
Googling it because
false. I'll tell you. Certified the
Certified.
false slates of electors.
false slates of electors.
Or you can just look up Mike Pence, January 6th. I put the Constitution over Trump.
Because I want to see if that's actually unlawful what Trump was calling for.
Yes, it was. Regardless, he said that he shouldn't follow that order. Under your view, did he engage in treason?
If the order was lawful, then yes, that's treason. If it was against the law, which again, I don't know because I haven't dug into it enough, I'm not aware of the specifics, then it's not treason.
So, by the way, it's not treason to not follow a lawful order, even. So, by the way, all the people who didn't
It is
follow...
treason.
So, by the way, all the people who didn't follow the orders to get vaccinated, do you think that they should have been executed?
No, and I don't believe in executing anyone. The thing with Trump is obviously he's over-exaggerating. He's just
Wait, but
saying,
if Joe Biden
because of
called
the
for that, would you be okay with it?
Constitution, if you are committing treason, that you should be... In the Constitution, it says by treason...
That's not what the
you
Constitution
can't-
says.
Yes, it does.
No, it's not.
It's referencing sedition or whatever, which is treason. Yes.
It does not say that you have to execute someone in that scenario.
It says punishable by death or whatever. Like, it's
Yeah, but
punishable by death.
No, do you think that people should be punished with death if they do not follow a lawful order?
I don't personally agree with that, no, but I'm just saying
Okay,
that
so
he's basically saying what they're doing is technically constitutionally wrong. Like, he's not actually being serious that they should be dead. He's just saying, hey guys, by the Constitution, you could be punished by death.
Okay. Would you be okay with Democrats calling for the execution of some Republicans or people specifically who were members who didn't get the vaccine, who were in the military? Do you think it would be justified if Biden were to call for their execution?
If they're committing treason? Well, I don't think the vaccine should be pushed on anyone.
You've done everything but answer my question. Would you like to answer the question, please?
If Biden was like, you're committing treason, this is punishable by death, blah, 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 whatever. I wouldn't really
And
have
were
an
to
issue with
repost
it.
someone saying, hang them, George Washington would you be okay with that?
I wouldn't really care. It's just rhetoric. He's not actually going to do anything about it. It's just Trump being Trump. Like,
I'm sorry,
yes,
you
does
should
he
not
say
be okay
crazy
with the
things?
President of the United States calling for the execution of members in the legislature
It's not
because they
serious.
said that you shouldn't follow an unlawful order if you're given it. By the way, and I just to be clear, they said unlawful order. They didn't say lawful order. They said unlawful order. That's what they
No.
specified.
Democrats are urging them to not follow orders. They don't like Trump
Unlawful
following any-
orders.
It's not just unlawful.
Do you
It was-
agree it's
it was
unlawful orders?
No, it's orders overall, and that's
No,
why he
it's
was
no.
saying
Hold up.
treason.
Do you want me to play the clip? Do you want to bet actually?
That it's unlawful.
Yeah, that they said unlawful.
Yeah, can you pull up?
Do you
your
want to bet?
source? I don't know. I don't want to bet. Maybe because
Because I feel like you know that you'll be wrong.
Maybe, but I also believe that in other times the Democrats have probably urged for them not to follow orders as a whole. Like, Trump's just tired of them basically calling out the military to not do what he says.
This is just absurd that you're okay with this. This is specifically illegal orders. That's what they said. I'll play the clip for you in the video. And it's absurd that I even have to get to this point. I think it's absurd. I can send you... Wait, actually, would you accept an article?
I mean, here's the thing with the media. It's all so fucking brainwashed. Like, even the Fauci emails that have just come out, they're trying to cover. This is the problem with information. It's very hard to get real information in today's day and age because of how censored everything is. So it's great that we have channels like X, right, where you can find...
At this
things
point,
that haven't been
I hate this
censored.
conversation. Why are you not talking
But-
to me? Why are we not having a
Because you're
conversation?
gonna pull up some article from some left-wing think tank that's just fucking
This
bullshit.
isn't a
Like,
left-wing think
it's
tank. Do
hard-
you accept BBC?
It's leftist. I mean, it's leftist, but go ahead. Like, it's gonna be some leftist.
How about this? How
you
about
know,
Fox News? How about Fox News?
Fox News is even leaning left. You know, Rupert
You've
Murdoch's
got to be
children.
fucking kidding me. How, just listen.
Yes, Fox News is too left.
Just fucking listen.
You know why? Because Rupert Murdoch's children are left wing. So even then, it's bordering.
Fucking ridiculous, bro. You think Fox News is left wing, dude?
Is left is not.
Kelly, Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodland.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly, Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us. You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
This just sounds like a political ad. That wasn't. What was that? It just
Yeah,
sounded like
that's
a
what
political
Donald
ad for
Trump said.
liberals
Wait,
in the
listen, just
military.
listen to me for a second. Just don't talk, okay? That is what Donald Trump said was traitorish. That's what Donald Trump said justified their deaths. That's what Donald Trump then reposted someone saying, hang them, George Washington would, because of that video. They made that video, and Donald Trump thought that was justified to say it was a death sentence for them.
It was not because of that video.
It
And
was
I'm gonna
because of that
fact check
video.
that. No, hold on.
These fucking people, dude. Yes, it was
No,
because of the video.
Well, you hear like this little like little clip that sounds like a trailer for a movie, and you think that's what caused him to tweet that. You know that's BS.
I
You
know it
how
is. It
fucking
was.
crooked and corrupt the left is. They cheat on every election. The Biden election is the
No, that's
most
not true.
cheating this country has ever seen. The
Not
LA
true.
mayoral race just had 43,000 votes in one day come in for one candidate. Statistically impossible to not have
Not
the other
true.
two
You have no
getting votes.
evidence that it's
It is
statistically
true.
impossible.
Nithya Raman
Can I ask you a
got
question?
43,000 votes.
Can I ask you a
and none were
question?
for Spencer Pratt or the other lady? Yeah.
Okay,
BS.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why? How come they could steal the election for the mayoral race, but not for the governor race?
What governor race?
The governor race. How come Steve Hilton is in the election?
I think that, he's going to get, they're going to steal that too. I don't think he's going to be able to win. Are you kidding me? They're
So-
going to rig that shit too.
So listen. So why couldn't they just do the same thing that they did to Spencer Pratt to him and just make it Democratic blockout? If they can just steal the election, if they can just do whatever they want, why didn't they just make it a Democratic blockout?
I think he is going to be dropping out of the race soon. I've heard that he is probably.
That's
gonna
just
be
not
dropping out
true.
soon.
That's just not true.
He might still be in for now, Parker, but what you have to understand is at the end
It
of the
is
day,
literally
they're gonna
him
come
versus
in with
Javier
mass
Becerra.
cheating and be like, "Oh my gosh, we found 30,000 votes." and
You
they're
just
all
say
for
you
this
just say it's
person.
cheating because you guys
We
lose
just
repeatedly.
received 50,000 votes for this one person. 'cause
Wow, like they're so
liberals like to
insufferable.
vote late.
Holy shit, I can't believe you're real.
But why did Biden receive millions of more votes than Obama, who was much more popular than Biden? Can you explain? And then
Yeah, I'll
the
tell you.
votes went down the next year.
Caitlin will tell you because there was a pandemic and that more people were on their phones and engaging with politics. So
Yeah.
that just please listen. More people were engaging with politics at that point, and there was mail-in ballots that people can engage in. They send in their mail-in ballots during the pandemic because there's not much else to do because there's a fucking pandemic happening. That's why there was more political engagement.
So Biden, who was not even the liberals wanted, I can ask any liberal, they wanted Bernie Sanders, someone else, literally no one even wanted Biden, received millions more votes than Obama, who was
Biden won the primary.
beloved by everyone. How does that make sense? Oh, because of the pandemic, millions of difference, but then the following election it went back down. There was this crooked amounts of cheating. Crooked. There's videos
Which you have no
of them
evidence for.
putting
This
in
is just a
ballot-
trust me,
no,
bro.
There's videos of them shoving in ballots into ballot boxes. I've literally seen footage.
Yeah,
They
and
try to
how have
cover
the
it
court
up.
cases
Parker,
adjudicated
they
that?
try to
Now
cover
tell me,
it
how
up, like,
how have the court cases adjudicated that? Did they adjudicate that there was actual meaningful evidence of sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election, or did they determine that there was no sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
these again are crooked courts. Like,
Okay, there you
they're
go. So
all
crooked
run
court.
by
So,
the one
by the way, can I
system.
tell you something, Caitlin? In the context of the situation with the court cases relating to Donald Trump's election, there were conservative appointed judges, there were Trump appointed judges, and they all indicated that there
Yes.
was no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So are you saying Trump appointed corrupt judges?
I'm saying in general, the courts are usually crooked.
I need an
and
answer
a
to my
lot of-
question.
a
Did
lot of
Trump appoint corrupt
Republicans are
judges?
rhinos,
Did
so-
Trump appoint corrupt judges that stole the election from him?
I don't know who he appointed, but I know there was mass amounts of cheating. It's the numbers are just
Wait, so
drastic.
he
If you
appointed
can't
17
look
of
at
the
that and
people that
think
oversaw
something's
cases.
off,
He
you're
appointed
stupid.
17 of the judges that oversaw cases relating to the election about whether or not it was stolen. Okay, and none of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Not a single one. All of them indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Okay, every single one of them. Okay, so you can't sit there and say that every single one of them was appointed by Trump and they were all corrupted and that Donald Trump was appointing corrupt judges, because then it indicates that Donald Trump is not good at electing what judges should be in positions of power, because apparently he appoints a bunch of corrupt judges.
No, I'm sure he tried his best to appoint good people, but the thing is they covered up the videos and the evidence. But then why was there in every single state all of a sudden they're like, okay, ballots are done, and then all of a sudden they reopen and they're shoving in more ballots after they close in swing
That's just
states.
not
Like
true.
this-
In no
Yes,
state did
it
that
is
happen. Tell me,
true.
what state did that happen in?
In Georgia, in
Nope.
Pennsylvania.
Wrong.
Yes.
Wrong.
Yes.
Name a single court case that adjudicated that fact to be true.
I don't know the
There are
instances
none.
of
The answer
court
is
cases,
there is none.
Because again, they're covering
There's
up
none.
the evidence. Like,
Can I ask you this question now? So explain
They've
to me.
done everything to take him out of the office and they're failed. They've tried to murder him. They've tried to cheat their way. They've tried to impeach him. And it's all failing. They've
Can I ask you a
tried
question?
Literally so many times. Go
Okay, so
ahead.
apparently they were successful in 2020 because that's what you guys claim. But I'm asking you a very basic question.
Mhm.
How come they could steal the election in 2020 when Trump was in office, but they couldn't steal the election in 2024 when the Democrats were in office?
Good question, and I think it's because it would have led to a mass civil war. Because if they try to do it again, the public would be so just over it. And I think because Trump won in such a landslide, if they tried to really cheat their asses off that much, it would have just been like over for the liberals, and they had to concede. Yeah,
So
I
that-
think
that's
it would
just
have
all
led to
code. This is
national-
all just
It would
code.
have
This
led
is
to
you just
national
coping.
riots. It would have led to a huge civil war. He won in such a
A
landslide
civil
that even their
war? Is that
massive
what you want?
cheating-
Would you
even
want a
their
wait? I have a
massive
question.
cheating-
Would you want a civil war if that happened? If the Democrats won?
Yeah, because we don't live in a
Yeah?
democratic nation anymore.
Wait,
I'm
you-
okay with it. At this point, we are the same as a Cuba. We are the same as
Caitlin?
China.
Caitlin?
We are living in a.
I'm muting you right now. You are fucking crazy if you believe that there should have been a fucking civil war if Democrats won the 2024 election. You are insane.
I didn't say that. I said if there was mass cheating.
Wait,
Mass
again, there
amounts of
wasn't.
cheating.
There wasn't. You
I
believe
know,
there
in
was
this
with
recent
no.
election,
But
they
the
did-
but the
there's
fact.
probably was still.
I'm gonna mute you
cheating,
again.
but less.
But the fact of the matter is that you believe that the election was rigged with no evidence. So the idea is that if Democrats did win, you would have said that it was rigged.
It depends. I don't know, but I'm saying if
Hey,
Trump
well,
was
I just want to let
winning,
you know, Caitlin, do you have a second account?
No, I saw it just.
You're welcome to come up on a different day, but you got a misinformation flag, so I do have to go
Yeah,
into the
I
next
saw
person for now. You're welcome
That's
to come up on a
fine.
different day.
Okay.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Shalia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Shalia in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you. As well as Monavon, thank you for the $66. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It seems like the conversation's over now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Cammy. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Cammy in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. And Monavon, thank you so much for the $16. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I won't. I got you. As well as Trey. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? What's up?
How's it
Oh,
going?
shit.
That was insane.
I know, right? It's been a crazy day today. Yo, what's up? How old are
I've
you?
been listening.
Garrett, how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably neither, honestly. I probably wouldn't even vote, to be honest with you.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person.
What up, Matt?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's up? What's up? How have y'all's day been?
It's been fine. How's your day?
It's been all right so
Besides,
far.
yelling with
Crazy
MAGA
debates. That's
and
all I got to
crazy
say.
people. Yeah.
I've had some diabolical debates, especially hearing the last debate. Yo, it's how old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
I do not. I'm assuming you probably
For
don't
sure.
want me.
Hey, Royce05. Can you please accept it? Roy Rogers, can you please accept that request I just sent you? You've been, saying a bunch of crazy shit in my comment section on TikTok. Just accept that request real quick and stop being a coward.
We call them keyboard warriors.
Yep, he is a keyboard warrior. What can I say? He's saying a bunch in the comment section, but he's really unwilling to come up on the stream. That is a MAGA keyboard warrior for you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, shut up. You're not Charlie Kirk.
Is that Liv? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going? 36.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. Shit, what did you say in the comment section? You said I'm disingenuous. What makes you think I'm disingenuous?
Yeah, you'll tell partial truth, but you don't tell the whole truth. You know who does that also is the redheaded kid. What's his name? He does that also.
Shanks. The redheaded kid name is Shanks.
Hey, no one asked you race baiter. No one asked.
I was just answering your question for you.
Okay, race hustler.
What'd you just say?
I called him a race hustler because he hustles race.
What is that
He
supposed
tries
to mean?
Push race. When you hustle race, it's when you make things look like they're racial when they're really not.
Okay,
Just to get, like-
so here's what it sounds like you're projecting right now. That's what you said you are saying yourself about yourself. So can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you define yourself as a racist?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't? Can you tell me
Nope.
what you think it means to be racist?
Personally, what I think it means to be racist is to disenfranchise someone because they're different than you, whether you're black, green, white, orange, or red.
There's no green people.
I'm being sarcastic, bro. Chill. I'm saying your skin color doesn't matter. It's what I'm saying.
Race isn't skin color, but that's a disingenuous statement. Anyway, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah, so then why did you just try to refer to Santana that way?
Because I've heard him on other lives where he'll make white liberals feel like they owe him something or that they've done something wrong when they've done nothing wrong, and it's called race baiting.
Are you a liberal, Smack?
No, I'm not. But he does.
So
the same thing
so it
just
sounds like he's
Smollett does.
making white MAGA feel like that way.
No, it was white liberal women. I've heard it. I heard it on his live. The chick was literally apologetic for the Democratic Party, and he was like, "You're not apologetic enough." And I was like,
Oh, I didn't say that.
Okay.
Bro,
I don't accept
Bro.
this series of events. Smack. I have a basic question for you.
Shoot, buddy. Shoot.
Okay. So it sounds like you are angry for someone calling you out for doing wrong. It
Oh,
sounds
you
like
wanna say
you
goal. Way to
feel
go.
insecure
Sorry.
and you feel like emotional with the fact that someone's saying that you maybe should be held to a higher standard than you're held to right now. Am I assessing that correctly?
No, I don't care. I know that I treat everyone the same, whether your skin color is green, red, black, or orange.
So whose skin color is green?
That's a great question.
I'm being sarcastic, dude. I'm saying your skin
So
color
why do
doesn't
you
matter.
keep saying that?
Because I'm emphasizing that no matter what color of skin you are, you shouldn't be treated a certain way.
I understand, but like it sounds like you're trying to do the whole thing of like, oh, I don't see color. Like that's the kind of idea that you're trying to
That's
point
not
to
true
here.
at all. That's not true at all. I definitely see color. I definitely can distinguish between different ethnicities. What I'm saying is I don't treat you differently because of your skin color.
Okay.
Also, race isn't ethnicity. Holy smokes.
Yeah, there's definitely a distinction. So you say you don't treat people differently based upon their skin color. Okay.
Absolutely not.
So if
Yep.
someone did do that, you wouldn't support them, right?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't support them. So you're going to give me an example of how Trump does it, and it's a
Yes.
shitty example. You're not going to give the whole. You're not going to give the whole story. But go ahead. I already know I know your plan.
Okay.
You do this. Dean does this a lot too. You tell him, but you don't give the whole story. So go ahead. I know what you're doing.
Well, I do describe the whole story. I'm sorry that you're emotional with the fact that I'm calling out your cult leader.
You do it. You do it from your position, but go ahead. Give me your example. Come on, let's go.
Did I just get a second misinformation flag for you? I think I did.
What did I say that was misinformation?
Probably
I'm
calling
not-
people green.
Yeah, maybe that. If I hit a restart though, you can come right back. So, do you want to come right back here in about 30 seconds, bro?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll make sure to come back here in 30 seconds. Both of y'all can come back with me and we can do a quick little restart. If you're here on TikTok, everyone, click the profile picture at the top left, click it again, refresh, and I'll be back here in a quick second. Give me a quick second. We got about 35 minutes left on the stream, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Or get everyone back up here. I'm so used to like saying that. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, how old are you? Alrighty, we'll see if this guy sends a guest request back. In the meantime, we'll try to get someone else up here to debate until they send a guest request, at least. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, Parker?
Do you think it's funny to say racist shit?
How's that racist?
Just to take away and to strip away Michelle Obama's femininity as a black woman, specifically?
Yeah, to be fair, that's misogynoir, which I'm sure
Yes.
He was
wouldn't
complimenting
understand
her.
that, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was a compliment because he was saying like she's like overcome adversity and like she's hardworking like a man. That's what he said. It was a
I
compliment.
think it's super interesting that people hide behind like fake profile names and profile pictures and then criticize people.
I'm a real Josh Hokett lover.
Sure. Would you be willing to turn on your camera so we can actually critique your looks?
Wait, first, what was your birth year, by the way, Josh?
1984.
Ooh.
Did you hear Barack Obama's response to like that and what Trump had been saying?
No, I didn't. Or wait, actually, it was I like to talk to people in person.
Yeah,
Is it
and
something
then
like that?
also basically said Trump doesn't say that stuff in his face, and he wouldn't say it in his face.
It's true. He wouldn't. So, Smack, what were you saying, bud?
I'll just say this. I don't agree with what that last guest said about Michelle Obama, nor do I agree whenever they called Melania a sex worker. So it goes both ways, just to be clear.
I think the difference between those two, and which no one, like anyone saying that she's a quote unquote sex worker, I mean, there's no evidence of that. She has done like explicit pictures. So, I mean, I think that's where people are drawing that line from. But I think there's a huge difference between, well, you know what? No, I'll give it to you. There's a pretty similar parallel between like misogyny and misogynoir. So, you got
I don't think it's fair you do it either way. I don't.
You got it.
I don't care if it's skin color. I don't care if it's misogynistic. I don't care if it's hurting. Like they're the leader of the country. You show them some respect. But just my opinion.
Okay, so like, what was the point you were making prior to you getting a misinformation flag?
I think we were talking about racism.
You're like far from your mic. It's kind of hard to hear you.
You were going to give me an example of how Trump is racist.
Oh, yeah. For example, he said specifically, or he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with a birth certificate of him born in the United States. We can point to the fact that he didn't rent to black people in the 1970s explicitly because they're black, and would particularly put on the applications of non-white individuals the letter C to mark for individuals who are non-white so that they would not rent to them. We can point to the Central Park Five where he called for the execution even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. We can point to the fact that he said that Kamala Harris turned black. We can point to the fact that he said that Haitian immigrants were coming to the country eating cats and dogs because he saw a video of a woman from Canton, Ohio, who's going through a mental breakdown, who's literally a U.S. citizen, and then assumed that they're Haitian because they're black.
So you have 80 years of this man's life that's been on camera, and you're crucifying him for all 80 years. But I can also show you things that he's done great for the black community.
Name it.
Actually, I don't have anything right now.
This is not.
Wow,
Also,
you conceded that immediately.
I just don't have anything.
You know, something that you can add to the list is the Supreme Court ruling today that allows him to cancel TPS for Haitian and Syrian migrants, and that overwhelmingly affects black and brown people, and they are adamant about getting them out of the country, while at the same time they reduced the amount of refugees that could come into the country down to 7,500, but then increased it, I think it was like another 6,500, and to let 95% white South Africans come into the country. They're specifically reducing the amount. I'm almost done my sentence. They're specifically reducing the amount of refugees that can come into the country while exclusively letting white South Africans come into the country.
You said migrants. You mean illegal immigrants, or do you mean immigrants?
Refugees. That's quote unquote legal.
Are they here legally here? They're legally here?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything that I was talking about was legal status. Yes.
Well, some people like to conflate the difference between immigrants and illegal immigrant. There's a complete difference. We totally support immigrants.
That's why I talked about
immigrants.
TPS status and refugees. Those are legal.
Okay. Well, I'll have to look into that claim. I just know that it's very easy that people mix up those two terms. When Trump makes it clear, we support immigrants. We don't support illegal immigrants. Or undocumented people.
He's reduced legal entry. That's what I named that. He reduced it. The refugees under the Biden administration was 175,000, and Trump reduced it to 75,000.
Okay. Was there a reason for that, or did he just do it because he wanted to be racist?
He didn't want. They want to reduce legal immigration into the country. This was actually a part of Agenda 47. It's not just about quote unquote illegal. It's about immigration. Period.
It's not racist. Reducing immigration into the country is not racist. You're quantifying who you're letting in your country. Now, if there's a particular race that he's doing it to, yeah, that's racist.
I didn't say reducing immigration was racist. I just told you what he was doing as far as reducing immigration. Now, what is racist is reducing who can come in, specifically allowing only white South Africans to come in at the majority.
Well, I think we allow people from Mexico to come in under the circumstances that they're applying for some sort of they're what's it called whenever you're running for your country because you have an asylum ship.
No, they just ruled that he can turn away people for asylum seeking as well. Like the Supreme Court just ruled that as well.
That doesn't mean you still can't claim asylum and get here. It means that he can turn them away if your case is not valid. In particular,
nope, that's not what that case says.
So then he can turn away he's turning away every asylum.
The Supreme Court ruled that. Let me pull this up. It wasn't about.
They ruled about
like
metering. Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
They ruled
Matt.
about metering. They ruled about metering. So they clarified what it means to arrive at the border, saying that you have to physically cross into the United States in order to count for the asylum, meaning that anyone who is at the border or still in Mexico, basically, they do not count for that claim. So that's what they actually said, which is what Trump was trying to do. He was trying to say you have to actually be in the United States in order to get the asylum claim, whereas before we allowed anyone who's at the border to be able to say it. So that's what was clarified.
I think that's fair. I don't care if you're coming from Canada or if you're coming from France or if you're coming from Mexico. You should be in the country before you can claim asylum.
How can you get to the country if when you get to the border, you're not allowed in order to actually say that you have an asylum claim? Because now you have to be in the country, but now they're saying you can't be in the country when you're at the border. Well, so how can that? So the whole point is to make it so convoluted that you have to get in almost by like.
It prevents you from crossing the border illegally. if you actually go to the port of entry and you say, "Hey, I am in America,"
No,
I claim
that's not what they
asylum
just
here.
said.
Hold
No.
hold
See,
on.
you
Give me a
clearly
second.
haven't
Let me
read the
finish.
Supreme Court.
Let me finish.
No,
It prevents people from coming into
no,
America
you're simply wrong.
illegally because
Mac, you're simply wrong. You
it
you
helps
did not
if
read
you
the
come
opinion.
into the America illegally. You can then claim asylum and stay here. You now need
Mac,
to go through a
you're
port of
wrong.
entry.
You're wrong. You didn't read the opinion from today. The court said that you have to be in the United States. A port of entry does not count. That's called metering. And they said that you can have metering and you have to be arrive at, meaning in the United States.
I'm not sure a port of entry isn't considered in the United States. Port of
It's
entry-
not. That's what they were clarifying.
Also, to claim asylum, you don't actually have to go through a port of entry. You don't even have to come in legally to actually claim asylum. So you're just wrong, like with everything you were saying.
No, I agree with you. You don't have to. You don't have to come into the port of entry. That's a problem with allowing people to claim asylum ship without having to go through the port of entry. It's because you're doing it illegally. You cross the border illegally, and then we catch you, and then you say, "Oh, asylum, asylum." That's
I think
the problem.
I think you're missing the point, Smack. This is going to turn away people that are quote unquote doing it the right way. Like literally the people that you're saying that you want to do it the right way. This is going to stop them, not people that are coming across the border undocumented or finding other ways into the country. They're still getting in, but the people who are being stopped at the border and not allowed in to claim asylum, that's where it's going to slow it down. Like literally the people that you've been talking about that you said he believes in legal immigration, like all of these things that he's done has negatively affected people who are trying to come into the country, quote unquote, legally.
I think it slowed it down, which helps America because we don't know who we have in America and who we don't have. We had an administration who let between 10 million to 20 million people in. It makes sense.
True.
It makes sense that you're going to slow that down.
Yeah, it was
a little bit.
3.5 million people. I don't know where you got that number from, sir. Where'd you get that number from? Think of the galaxy.
Isn't that in the immigration?
What was your source?
Dave Rubin.
Yeah, I will say I didn't look it up.
Oh yeah,
what's
that
your-
was probably
what's your
the source.
Can you point me to your source?
Yeah, Pew Research.
Peer research?
Mm-hmm.
Pew.
Isn't there an ICE site? ICE.
What?
You mean
Isn't there an
CBP?
immigration site?
You're talking about CBP.
CBP, where you can tell how many people came into America under the two different administrations?
That would be the encounters, yeah.
Well, encounters are different than who came into America. Encounters are who we caught. Who came into America are people we can't quantify. So if
Encounters
we
are
caught
not who
you-
we caught.
If we caught you, that's a number. If we didn't
Encounters
catch
are
you,
Smack. Encounters are not who we caught. That's not what an encounter is.
what's an encounter?
Encounter is any type of interaction at the border. An encounter could actually be someone coming into the border legally, someone that lives in Mexico but works in the U.S. That's considered an encounter.
Okay, so then let me ask you, how do we quantify the people that weren't encountered that came into America under Biden?
That weren't encounters that weren't supposed to be in. That's gotaways. They count them as gotaways.
So we know how many people got away, or we have a good idea of it.
Yeah, they have an estimate of gotaways.
What's that based on?
The actual proof that someone crossed, but they didn't actually detain them and they got into the country.
I live in Arizona, bro. How do you tell exactly how many people are being smuggled in through a car or a truck or across the border? How do you quantify
you
that
don't,
number?
and then that's why you go back
You
to
don't.
the Pew. That's why you go back to the Pew Research Center study that Parker cited that would actually give that information.
And how
Yeah,
does
for
Pew
the
Research
amount of
study know that
population
actual
increase.
data? Oh, that's if illegal immigrants put themselves in the census. That's if they self-report themselves. What if they don't self-report themselves? The fact is, you can't know exactly. That's the truth.
Okay. Well, the best known evidence is what we work off of. Unless you can give us something that's way more substantial than the 3.5 million that Parker cited, then we're actually more accepting of that number than anything else. So
I agree.
unless you have something that can actually quantify the number you gave, then we have to go with what we have. I can agree with you. It's not a perfect like assessment of how many people got into the country, but unless you have something that is more accurate, then we can't just go off a random number that you make up.
Yeah, and my guess also is too that probably what Pew does is that they use the census numbers, but then they add in like random population sampling, and they basically then will use kind of like bootstrapping to then see how to best match the data with what they have, which is why probably they're the best outlet, because they combine both private data with the overall government data, which is what they're known for.
That's just really hard to tell because I know when I get quantified in the census, I actually have to do certain things so that they can count me as a person. Now I'm thinking if someone's illegal, it undocumented, it makes sense that they won't report themselves because why would they report themselves to the government? It gives them the ability to get.
Well, I may be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that the census data technically is like kind of like separate from everything else, so they can't use census data to like go after you, which is why they asked the question to begin with, because they want to have an accurate count of the population. So they ask very sensitive questions, and theoretically, ICE or CBP or the government shouldn't have access to that data because you wouldn't use it against your fellow citizens anyway, which is why we ask for the questions to begin with.
And while I may agree a lot with the Supreme Court, the one thing that they've been ruling on pretty successfully when it comes to like Donald Trump and his mass deportation effort is anytime the Trump administration is trying to actively engage in like sensitive information from like the IRS or either showing up in courts to get people, the Supreme Court has ruled against Trump and not allowed him to do that. So I'm more willing to accept the fact that those people are being protected in those ways.
Just curious, what's your thoughts on the U.S. Postal Office wanting the voter rolls before you're going to be allowed to administer a ballot to voters?
Blatantly unconstitutional.
Yeah, they ruled against that as well.
No, well, one lower court did, yeah.
Oh, I thought the Supreme Court ruled on that today.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is a new rule that the UPS or USPS is trying to implement. It's clearly unconstitutional. The executive has no business in it, and neither does USPS. There is no statutory constitutional authority that gives the Postmaster General the ability to be able to make this rule. It is blatantly unconstitutional.
What makes it unconstitutional?
I just told you. I said there is no statutory or constitutional authority granted to the president or to the postmaster general to make this rule. Like no one that I know of is saying that this is not going to be challenged. Okay, then where in statutes or where in the Constitution does it grant the president to do it?
Here's my position. The U.S. Postal Service governs mail. We do mail-in ballot. The U.S. Postal Service has every ability to make the law and the rule on how they govern mail. Now, if they want to ask for voter rolls from each state, that's fine. And you know what's funny about it? The only states that will not provide the voter rolls are the ones that are the swing states and the states that take 2 weeks to count votes, like California, like Georgia. Absolutely.
That's not true. A multitude of states have actually rejected to submit their voter rolls, even some Republican-led states. You're just wrong.
Which states from Republicans decided not to give the voter rolls?
Yeah, because it's private voter roll information.
And by the way, the USPS gets its power from Congress, and nothing within the statute granting it their power says that they can go in and look at mail, that they can actually scan mail, and there's nothing in statute that says that they have governing power over elections, which is what this is doing. This is not simply saying we're going to verify. They are trying to control how states run the election, which runs right up against the Constitution.
They're trying to control the mail. They control the mail. They have every right to control the
They
way
don't
the
control
mail
what's in the mail. Nor do they control how the states engage in the elections. The elections are above the statutory authority. The Constitution grants states the ultimate authority to run their elections. That is superseded by any USPS rule.
So that's the argument that they're going to lose. Watch, when it goes to the Supreme Court, they're going to lose the argument because the position from the federal government is going to be that the U.S. Postal Service determines how mail is distributed nationwide. And I'm not saying who's right or wrong. I'm saying that's the position they're going to take.
Yes, and they're going to lose by 9-0 because, as I already said, the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, grants states the ultimate authority over the elections, and that supersedes anything from that branch. The president, and by extension, the postmaster general, has no authority over elections. Zero, none. The Constitution gives them none, which is why everything that Trump does on elections is blatantly unconstitutional, which is why he will lose.
Over the mail-in ballots, they have every authority because they distribute.
They do not have authority. They decide how it gets from point A to point.
They choose not to send your mail. That is their right.
No, they don't. They get to decide how it gets from point A to point B. But what is in it, how it's actually done, is governed by the states, and all they do is help facilitate it. They have no possible ruling, no possible constitutional authority to be able to check what is in the mail, nor they have any rule to be able to govern how the states operate.
I
It
don't
is
think they're
blatantly
trying to check what's in
unconstitutional.
the mail. I think they're trying to verify that your voter rolls match who you're sending your mail ballot to.
And you're not
They don't
understanding
care.
what I'm saying.
Hold
What
on,
I'm
hold on.
saying is,
Let me finish. I let you finish. Let me finish. They're trying to verify what voter rolls that the states are saying these are actual voters, and they're trying to verify what ballots are being sent out. They
But
don't
it's
care if
not
you
their
vote for
right to
Trump
do
or
that.
Harris.
The Constitution does not establish that they have the right
Yes,
to look
that's my
over
point, Smack.
that
Okay.
information. And
And I
honestly,
don't
like,
know the answer.
couldn't that information be used by authoritarians in like very, very harmful ways? Like they want to identify specifically what individuals of different states are Democrats so that they could specifically go after them.
I don't think it asks whether you're Republican or Democrat. I think it verifies that you're on the voter rolls that California is submitting to you. I don't think it gets to that granular.
So you think that they're not
I don't
looking
think it's
for ideological framework at all?
I think
Which, or
they're
they
trying
get,
to-
you don't think
well,
that they get
let
that
me tell you
information
this.
at all?
Let me tell you this. I moved out of California 3 years ago. I moved to Arizona. I filed for a change of address with both California and with both Arizona. Arizona 3 months later started sending me ballots, started sending me information. My old house in California kept getting mail-in ballots. To this day, it gets ballots. That's a problem. They're
if
not
that is
doing the voter
true,
rolls.
I'm not saying it is, but if that is true, that's a state issue. Once again, you're sidelining the basic issue that the president and the executive branch has no constitutional authority to govern elections. Zero, none. There's only two. There's only two
They have
bodies that
every
do it:
right to govern
Congress and the
mail-in
states.
ballots.
Only those two. No, they don't. Which is why and I'll bet you money that they will lose in court every single along the way, because as I said, it is blatantly unconstitutional, because there's not one iota, not one sentence, not one phrase in the Constitution that grants the president or any branch within the executive the power to governing how we conduct
I agree, but they
all base
control the
elections.
ballots. They
Wait,
control the
I
ballots.
want to throw this in, and not only does the Constitution not grant that power, like the states are literally fighting back. I said even red states. Just FYI, there's only been 16 states that have complied with the request of Trump, and of course, all 16 of them have been Republican-led states. 5 states are exempt, and 29 other states, along with DC, joined this lawsuit to stop Trump. So 29 of those other states, of course, are Republican-led states, including, I know one that popped out immediately was Idaho. Apparently Mississippi also has joined it as well. But yeah, actually now Tennessee is refusing to send updated voter rolls as well. So like literally, it's not just Democratic-led states. Like all the states are rejecting this because it goes against the Constitution in the sense of the states being able to dictate how voting is done.
Yes, which is exactly my point, because Santana was spot on. The reason why even Republicans are saying not to give over is because the Constitution grants ultimate authority to the states, which is why Donald Trump, on every single thing that he has done on trying to regulate an election, has been going to the courts, and he's lost every step of the way because it is blatantly unconstitutional. Like, I'm sorry, but like nobody in the law who knows the law says that this is valid. This is him trying to run around the Constitution, which is why it's going to fail. Because he's going to get sued, he's going to lose, and then he's going to like cry about it on like Truth Social. That's what's going to happen.
So Santana, I just want to get a little bit more granular with the data you just provided, because I did pull the data too, which sucks. Because every time I let someone else provide data, I don't have it in front of me to check you on. But I do have it here. So 16 states provided or committed to provide voter lists. 3 states, provided publicly available versions of their voter list. So they provided
Which is Mississippi. Wait, Mississippi.
Yeah,
no. That's something else. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Montana, it's Montana. Yeah, but you got to explain that when you're given data, because then when I fact check you, it makes it look like you're not really giving all the information to cite. Okay, anyways.
Wait, how? Because I mean, like, again, even if you're saying Montana's still one of the 30 states that signed on against the lawsuit.
Okay, so what I said was there are states that provided voter lists to the federal government. You said there's 16. That's not true. There's actually 3 extra states who provided publicly available versions of the voter list or instructions on how to obtain them. So they cooperated. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
But they
12.
still signed on to the lawsuit.
that may be true, but that's not what we're arguing. We're arguing who is now working with the federal government to give them the voter rules.
Yeah, but you understand the private information that's listed as far as the states, the 16 that they gave was a voter registration list that includes driver license, social security numbers. Like, they're not giving that additional information.
And I think that's fine. I think as long as you know who the person is and you know that they're an actual citizen and they're not dead or they didn't move out of state.
I think this is such a moot point. I'm not sure why you're, like, what point you're trying to get to now.
Yeah, wait, do you care about democracy?
Absolutely. The point I'm
So
making
then why
is
do
that
you support a
open
guy
up the
that tried to
ability for
so wait,
fraud if you
pause.
don't quantify the voters on your rolls.
Let me know when you're done.
Go ahead.
So why do you support a guy that tried to undermine our democracy?
By doing what?
Sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, and inciting people to go to the Capitol, and then pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots.
Well, so you're making broad statements there. There's actually people who are held accountable who committed crimes. So when you say he let everyone off the hook, that's a lie. The people who actually hurt people or committed violent crimes were held accountable.
They got pardoned as well.
They were pardoned.
So everyone was pardoned.
DJ Rodriguez is the greatest example of that. Yes, it was a blanket pardon.
Dude, my camera's just dying at this point. It's because I've already recorded stuff earlier, and it's at the point where like even it's just too hot where it's like gonna keep dying. I literally have my fan on. So typically it doesn't happen when I turn my fan on, but there's nothing I can do here. So I might just like answer questions and call it for tonight.
Yeah.
Here, I'll let you guys say something real quick. I'm gonna go turn my AC up my help.
I was just gonna say Smack isn't making that great of a point. I would like to say, Caitlin, thank you so much for the 2. I'll let him know for sure. And also Kevin, thank you so much for the 1. I'm glad that you like the stuff. It's always with the Pola? I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that. Anyways, Max, I think like the point that you're trying to get to, it doesn't really seem like I'm not exactly sure. Like, do you believe in states' rights or not? Like, what are we doing? It just feels like you're simping for Trump. Like, either you believe in the Constitution or you don't. You believe in states' rights or you don't. I'm so confused.
I'm a critical thinker. Like I told you before, I moved out of California.
I can't talk to these people anymore. No, dude, you're an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be honest with you. At this point, you are fucking stupid. Okay? If you still think
you're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I can go through this.
White liberal.
Yeah, you care about the democracy.
Stop stuttering, you and your freaking retarded friend below.
Okay, you're just gonna go use slurs now. Go fuck yourself.
Gross piece of shit.
Was that towards me or to Santana?
he gets really angry at me simply just because I'm gonna tell him I'm done with this shit. He's an idiot because he literally, if he supposedly cares about our democracy, he wouldn't be so willing to overlook things like this, right? That like they're fundamentally undermining our democracy by trying to literally go after the very basis for our voting process in the first place, the trust we have in our voting process. He gets 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no evidence, pardon violent rioters who beat police officers, call them patriots, and this guy's going to run defense on those points? I'm sorry, even from your side, you should be able to condemn that. It's absurd.
I want to call out the fact that, like, that's what they do. And this entire time, I mean, he came up whining and complaining, saying, oh, Santana, you're a race baiter, and all this other weird shit. But then after going through an entire debate, getting disproved, and then realizing that he had nothing, he reverted to, like, slurs and being the lowest form of what they always show themselves to be. It's, like, fucking insane.
It is so absurd, dude.
Rough.
So absurd.
Anyway,
that is it for my debates for today. I can't do anymore. I've hit my edge.
All good.
It's been a rough day.
Because I reacted to Dean's Jubilee, which I was going to post here tonight. I reacted to that, and it took like 2.5 hours to react. So I reacted to that and then streamed today. I'm like, I'm at the end of what I can do at this point. I'm at the end of what I can do. Like, I've dealt with too much MAGA today. It's my brain is literally mush.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Get some rest. See you later, bro.
I will. Good to see you.
Bye,
see you, Matt.
Yep.
Peace out. All right, everyone. I'm going to answer questions for the next few minutes, probably like 7 minutes or so. I'll answer questions, hang out, If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best places to do so. I do have some people to catch up with. Shannon, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I can't with these people anymore. I'm going nuts. I don't know how you're doing with these brainwashed people. Hashtag Parker for president. Thank you so much. You know what? It's at the point where like I genuinely need to like calm down and like sit there and breathe and like get elevated and like just chill for the rest of the night because my brain hurts after that. Honestly, it is hard to deal with. Like I am genuinely really tired after days like this, where I just need to like disconnect, you know. Thank you for all the hand hearts. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Faith, thank you so much for the sent. I actually didn't get to that earlier. Thank you very much. Yeah, my position is that morally it makes most sense to do something very similar to it, not like it in of itself principally, because I have some sort of issues with the principle in of itself, but I would like to move more towards that as a society. Like, I just haven't myself fully been able to quite yet, but I think it's ideal. Well, thank you so much, Ellie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, today was a bit hard to deal with. My brain, like, actually kind of hurts. Courtney, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can do W's for them in the comment section right now. Let me click on the whole message so I can see the whole thing. It's not showing me, as well as Mary. Thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. And I got a letter from California asking to confirm if I had moved and to remove my voter registration. You probably didn't check your mail. Yeah, the guy probably didn't check his mail. That's what I was thinking. Either that or he didn't update his new address, like that he moved somewhere else. So, I mean, there could be a few things there. We need Parker versus 20 Trump supporters. That would be a fun episode to film. That would be fun. As well as Justina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for after a rough day, a happier one. What toy were you absolutely obsessed with as a kid? Star Wars. I had like a bunch of Star Wars action figures I loved as a kid. There were also like these like Mario action figures I really liked. Nothing really too much for the stories, other than I just had like a million of them that like we have sitting in like a storage unit from like when we were a kid, like all of our stuff when we were younger, that we couldn't take over to where we are here in California. So it's still like over there in Iowa. The other Katie, thank you for the $2. How do you prioritize self-care? Honestly, giving myself my own time, chilling, getting time to like breathe, and hang out with my girlfriend. That really helps. Xandra, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Dean Parker battle when? Maybe sometime in the future. Depends on whenever we have time. Kai, I actually think I already am on that. Do you play video games? Yes, I do play video games all the time. I used to play a lot more than I can play now. It's been a while since I've been able to play that much. Now, Wendy, thank you for the $3. Thank you. For painful, and they think that leftists are emotional, and they use nothing but emotional reasoning. Contradictions everywhere. I know, right? It's so absurd. They think that we're all feelings, but they're all feelings. Shref, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. That would be funny. Yeah, that seems like not that far from now, actually. That's like literally like half a year. I was gonna get a PS5 because it comes out on console only. What do you play? Right now, Battlefront 2 every once in a while. I'm playing through Last of Us with my girlfriend. Fortnite every once in a while. There's like a random few games we played. Like horror games that we played recently. What else? What else have I played? I downloaded Watch Dogs 2 again. And I was gonna play through that with my girlfriend as well. Every once in a while I'll do GTA. Played some Valorant recently a little bit. Very small amount. Jordan, think of the $10. Yeah, you know, I actually did download it. It's alright. I haven't played very much. But it's alright so far. I'm more of like an FPS specific type person. The game is a little bit slow for me, I would say. But I enjoy it. It was alright so far. The other Katie, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely get you there. Totally get you there. As well as Abby, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. Oh, yes, I'll make sure to do that right now. I also forgot to do this for someone earlier who actually asked for their birthday. Ooh. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Base. W. Jordan. Any last questions, everyone, right now? I am about to hop off right now. As well as Peter, thank you for the $10 twice. Thank you. Said, once Trump's gone, what do you see as most important things of the government to focus on to help the country? Healthcare, childcare, climate change. Off the top of my head. Piper, thank you for the $7. Thank you. Have you tried Sleeping Dogs? If not, you should try. It's such a great game. And silly. We'll have to check it out. As well as Peter, thank you for the $10 for why do you think there are so many people who choose to believe things without evidence? I think it's because it's been very normalized within our culture and society to believe things without evidence. And also, it's very comforting to like not have to do research. And to just feel like you have the answer. Also, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Tara, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to do both. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tara, for the $50. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Tara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, last questions, then I'm hop off right now. 2 more hours, please? I don't think I can. I think that's not possible, actually. Okay. All right, I'm going to get off right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. There's one last person. Coulton, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thanks for being awesome. I think you should play Crimson Desert. I'll have to check it out. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming through. Have a good night. Have a good night. Later, later, later.